After that, we're going to discuss Chapter 11 membership ordinance, then an MOA with U.S. Corps of Engineers, then agenda review, and all those items will be open for the rest of the evening. So with that, I want to turn things over to our interim, or are you full-time now? Interim, okay. Our interim natural resource director, Danny Fagan, who's going to get us started with this item.
Just press the button until it turns green. There you go.
All right. Hi, everyone. Small crew today. It's good to see all of you. For those online and otherwise, my name is Danny Fagan. I am currently the interim director for Asian and Wendy Young, the Natural Resources Division. I am joined by Eric Clark, the director for the Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience, as well as Malu Castro and Steve Hobbs from the Global Land Restoration Fund. Eric will introduce them a bit more in just a bit, but I wanted to personally express my gratitude for your willingness to have a conversation with us today about strategic land conservation and protection to benefit our Sioux Tribe community. So Asia and Wendy Young, our Sioux Tribe's Natural Resources Division, our mission is to protect, enhance, and support resilient ecological communities and our members' intergenerational rights, relationships, and responsibilities to and with them. So conversations and actions related to land conservation and protection are directly related to our strategic plan and the mission of our division, especially goals of protecting, restoring, and enhancing terrestrial and aquatic habitats through specific on-the-ground activities that carry out tribal management plans and priorities for ecological resilience. Additionally, this work supports tribal self-governance, interagency management, and community engagement. So the Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience, or CECR, as many of us know it, has worked closely with NRD from the inception. I mean, it was born of the NRD, or the Wildlife Program. As of August 18th of this year, CECR was formally brought into the Natural Resources Division organizational structure. So Eric and I work directly and closely together now. And this is a natural fit. The mission of the Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience is to strengthen tribal natural resource agencies by fostering collaboration with universities, agencies, and partnering organizations. So CECR facilitates applied research and technical services for Asia and Wendy Young, or the Natural Resources Division. This conversation today is the result of discussions between CECR and NRD staff and one of those university partners. Eric Clark has been involved in those conversations from the get-go and is prepared to share more about that work today and introduce our partners that are joining us today. But again, I just wanted to thank you for your time, really appreciate your willingness to talk about this and talk about ideas that hopefully benefit our tribal community in the long run.
Thanks a lot. It's awkward because you can't see who's on Zoom when you're standing here. So, as Danny said, thanks a lot for just entertaining this conversation. I think folks have been around me long enough to know that, strategic land conservation is important, to me personally, but I think it's so critical that we start to think about how we can build a land base that allows us to stop talking to the state and the feds about what good land management looks like and just demonstrate what that looks like. In our relationship with Steve Hobbs, who's the president, or I keep saying president, the director of the Global Land Restoration Fund, who has an awesome long career in strategic large land conservation, and then our good friend and colleague Malu Castro, who, in addition to being a PhD student at the University of Michigan, where our engagement through CECR sort of led to this conversation, but also Malu has been instrumental in actually sort of firing up and starting the Global Land Restoration Fund. And I'm going to let Steve and Malu sort of talk about the big picture goals and objectives and sort of where they're at in the launch of this new nonprofit. But our sort of conversation around this started with as I'm sure you can all remember, the team of master's students from the School for Environment and Sustainability at the University of Michigan that worked with us around the Chase Osborne Preserve, which, we can talk about where that's headed, but I think that idea of wanting to sort of gain ownership and sort of management authority over those lands on Sugar Island, I think fits right into a bigger picture strategy. And my conversations with Steve and Malu have really sort of helped open my eyes to what that could look like, and to start to stop thinking about land ownership as small landowners and start thinking about how people who own a lot of land think about land acquisition and all the things that entails. I've told the story quite a bit. In fact, we were just talking about it in the car on the way over. I remember when I first met Steve down at the University of Michigan, which Chairman Lowe's joined via, online for that meeting. But when we first sat down to meet, we started talking about the Chase Osborne Preserve, and Steve, his sort of comment to me was, well, why do you guys want to own the Chase Osborne Preserve? And I said, well, it's culturally important, and equally important is that it would double our land base. And Steve said, well, why do you want to double your land base? And I was like, well, because it's double. And he was like, well, but why are you thinking double? Why aren't you talking about adding zeros to the end of your land base? And to be perfectly honest, I think for us, getting 2,700 acres of new land seemed like a really big thing. But when you think about the work that Steve has done across the country and what that could mean for Sioux Tribe, I think the potential is there, and I think we have a really great opportunity to partner with these folks who are literally starting a nonprofit or have started a nonprofit that's aimed at that idea that tribal communities need assistance in thinking like large landholders, and we have ways that we can leverage our authority as rights holders across the 14 million acre ceded territory to do things in ways that other land conservancies and nonprofits just can't work. But it takes expertise, it takes experience, and we don't have that experience internally, and so I think this is just a really golden opportunity to be on the front end of what really is a new sort of conservation finance model for tribal communities and other indigenous communities around the world. And we're really lucky to be connected to some folks that are thinking really big and have the sort of chops to make that happen. So with that, what we're coming to you with today is to just ask that we enter into a memorandum of understanding that basically says that we're going to work with the Global Land Restoration Fund to pursue large landscape conservation strategies and large land acquisition strategies, and we can think about this a lot of different ways, right? Because we realize that we need lands for other things than just conservation, and I think part of any good strategic land conservation plan has to include places for people to live, recreate, commercial land, all of those things. And so I think all that stuff is on the table. But I do want to, I think for us in the Natural Resource Division and in Seeker, obviously the conservation part of this is part and parcel to what we're trying to do. And I think we have the most sort of leverage and the most to gain here in the Upper Peninsula by being very strategic about where and how we conserve land, and the more that we can own, the more power we're going to have in these intergovernmental treaty rights conversations. If we think about what it would mean for us to own 100,000 acres, well, the treaty of, the 2007 Inland Consent Decree only applies to off-reservation lands. And so let's say we wanted to translocate 100 moose into the Upper Peninsula. If we owned 100,000 acres, we could go get 100 moose and put them on the landscape. Right now, if we wanted to do that, it would be decades of negotiation. If we want to demonstrate a different way to harvest red pine, plant red pine, right now we have to do a lot of work where we have to really spend a lot of money demonstrating that the current method is flawed. If we owned 100,000 acres, we could just show people a better way to manage red pine. And so I think the long-term implications of this are, I don't think they can be understated. And so, hopefully we can get an MOU going, and then we can start talking about fundraising with some folks that are really good at it and can help guide us through that. So with that, I'm going to sort of pause here, and I'm going to let Steve and Malu talk to you about what the Global Land Restoration Fund is. We did provide some digital materials for you all to look at, and hopefully we can have just a good conversation and questions and talk about ways to move forward. So.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Chair, members. My name is Steve Hobbs, and I am the Executive Director, as Eric mentioned, for the Global Land Restoration Fund. It's Malu Castro, who is a board member for the Global Land Restoration Fund. It is a relatively new nonprofit. I mean, really started just in the last few months, and it came from conversations that we had with folks, and Dr. Kyle White from the University of Michigan had with folks about the need to have a nonprofit that really is focused on helping indigenous communities get their land back. And I have spent my career since the late 80s working with a variety of land trusts around the country, where that's been a big part of the work that I have done. And so I took the opportunity to leave where I worked before to help start this new nonprofit. I'm very excited to be here, honored to be able to talk to you about what the opportunity might be for you and your community. A little bit of background on some of the projects we're working on. Right now, a lot of the projects we're working on are some of the projects that I inherited from my previous employer at the Conservation Fund, working on projects in Hawaii, projects that Malu is very familiar with on his home island of Molokai. And so we're working with folks there. We're also working with folks, and in that case, on Molokai, it's Molokai Ranch, which is about 56,000 acres. It's roughly a third of the island that has been for decades sought by their community to get it back into community ownership. We're really, really close and hoping to be able to finalize that in the next few years. We're also working with the community of Lahaina after the fires. We helped to start the Lahaina Community Land Trust. It really is helping to rebuild Lahaina with a different vision. Our role there is really focused entirely on buying commercial real estate, because we understand that where we place that commercial real estate is going to dictate a lot of what can happen for the residential and commercial development. So with that, I'm really eager just to hear what you folks are thinking about and what you want to talk about. I'll pass it on to Malu if you want to add anything.
Yeah, aloha mai kako, everyone. O Malani Castro ko'ui noa. So my name is Malu Castro. Greetings from the islands of Molokai, from Hawaii. As Steve was saying, you know, the kind of project that we've kind of inherited with the Molokai Ranch project is deeply personal to me, and I think kind of is emblematic of the situation that catalyzed the visioning for this, right? So. And if I can take a few seconds to kind of speak to that and why I think it was such an aha moment for Dr. White, who's Citizen Potawatomi, and myself. You know, him and I have been working together for a long time with tribes on climate planning, climate adaptation work, some land back initiatives. But we had never, you know, again, we had never really engaged in the actual acquisition process. We've supported legal components. But when we were working on, when I was asked by my home community, by my relatives, to come support the Molokai Ranch project in, I want to say 2021, in the middle of COVID, right? It was this really kind of overwhelming thing to face of, you know, the land had been on the market since 2017. It's owned by a foreign entity that has had in the past some antagonistic and kind of tense relationships with the community. And the community is very proud of its culture and its subsistence practices, and is very organized in a lot of ways, but does not have experience, you know, acquiring, you know, thousands of acres, let alone tens of thousands of acres, let alone, you know, again, the asking price at that point was $260 million. So there was a lot of political will and a lot of, I say, social will around organizing to do that. But when we actually went to go look for the number of people who could actually have done a transaction of that size, it's few and far between. So luckily, Steve was able to come in through his previous employer, and then we were starting to work together. We inherited that project, and hearing his work with some of the tribes, like the Boys Fort out in Minnesota and the Hoopa Valley tribe in California, and understanding, oh, there's a whole world of people who have done acquisitions and real estate strategies at this scale, have done capital strategies at this scale. That is something I've not really seen amongst tribes, even, depending, kind of regardless of the size. Kyle and I felt really, Dr. White and I felt really strongly about, like, this is the missing puzzle piece in how we're thinking through these things. And again, as Eric was talking about, how to not just thinking about doubling the size, but really asking and putting a community in the position, in the power position to say, how much land does it take to be our peoples, right? How much land does it take to be Native Hawaiian or the residents of Molokai? So I'm just really excited and honored to kind of have this opportunity. I had a great relationship with Eric and all the work that he's done, and great to work with Danny. So really excited for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to hear from us?
Yes.
All right, well, I can get things started then. So I am really excited about this potential partnership for the simple fact that although we have a lot of members within the Sioux Tribe and Chippewa Indians, we're a very land-poor tribe. And during the course of my chairmanship, increasing our land base has always been a goal of mine. As of now, it's been mainly on Sugar Island. So we purchased 560 acres on Sugar Island, then we purchased another 150 acres, which is powwow grounds and a cemetery over there. So that represents 700 acres of acquisitions, which I was told increases our land base by about 15%. It helps, but it's not enough. We've also changed the way that we allow our members to use our land, since we allow members to now hunt on our property. But you're right, having the goal of doubling our land base isn't good enough. I mean, we have to think bigger than that, and to have a partner such as yourself on board that can help us do that in an experienced and professional way, I mean, it's so huge, so huge. So, anyone else want to say anything? Tyler?
Yeah, again, we are a land poor tribe. It would be nice to see some of this come back for conservation efforts and to allow us to utilize the land the way we want to utilize the land without having to ask for permission or being pulled over by the DNR. Because we still have membership that, do have altercations with the DNR. They pull out their tribal ID, their gathering permit, whatever they have. It's still a negative experience for us. So having better experiences, more land to be able to use for our purposes would be helpful. My question is, like, how does this work? So I was looking up your stuff online, and it looks like you've only worked in Hawaii so far?
For the Global Land Restoration Fund,
Yeah.
yes, that's only been, my own personal experience has been for the last almost 40 years doing this kind of work, yeah.
Could you share success stories from that work over the last 40 years, which tribes you've worked with,
Sure.
the amount of acreage that you've increased for them, things
And,
like that?
and then maybe like a time frame, expected time frame from start to finish, what it
Yeah.
looks like.
Happy to. The first one that comes to mind is one that Malu mentioned, which was just over in Minnesota, where I worked for about 20 years for a variety of folks. But one of the big projects I worked on involved acquiring approximately 100,000 acres from the Potlatch Corporation. They were kind of on their way out in Minnesota. And so we saw that as an opportunity to really change the landscape in northern Minnesota. It's a lot of checkerboard lands, a lot of school trust lands. A lot of folks owned land they didn't really want to own. But there were also folks that also wanted to reconfigure the landscape and help to conserve land. And at the same time, the Bois Forte folks the Potlatch had about 26,000 acres of their land that Potlatch owned. So we put together a sizable acquisition over a period of about 3 or 4 years. That also included 50,000 acres of Minnesota school trust land that was in the boundary waters. So it involved the federal government, state government, a couple of land exchanges, private fundraising, state fundraising, federal fundraising, to put all of the pieces together to be able to do this over about a 4 or 5 year period. That's about as complicated as a transaction can get. They're not typically like that. Some of the more recent projects I worked on with, like, the Hoopa Valley Tribe in California was about 11,000 acres that was adjacent to their the reserve that they have, and it was property that had long been taken out of their ownership that they wanted back. It had gone through a series of private owners. In that case, we needed to show up to an auction, and it was a tough project to work on just because we had to move so quickly. But that's one thing that we think is important in the Global Land Restoration Fund, is to be able to have the flexibility to be able to act quickly when land's for sale, to have done the planning ahead of time, figured out what it is you want to acquire, and then be able to move as quickly as you can.
Answered my question when you said land is for sale. Do you ever approach landowners? Do you
Yes.
initiate it? So,
Yes.
because Austin mentioned Sugar Island, and I know on Sugar Island there's a lot of land owned by the University of Michigan, and it's all over the place down there.
Yes,
So, and a lot of it's landlocked, you know?
yeah.
They work with timber companies as well, so
Mhm.
timber companies will buy large plots of land, they'll harvest all the timber that they can, planting stuff, but,
Yeah.
sometimes they want to move away from certain.
Right, once it's clear cut, they're done with it pretty much.
Right. Yes, there are many similarities to the landscape up here and the work that I did in Minnesota. And most of the time, I'm most successful when I'm approaching landowners before they've really thought about selling their land. And so typically, that's who I'm negotiating with. It's really, sometimes it's an auction, sometimes you don't have any choice, sometimes it's listed. But it's nice to be able to really think on a bigger scale what it is that you're interested in, and be able to talk to landowners and think about what's necessary for you to own versus what may be just a management agreement or a lease. So it can be all of those things too that are part of the whole mosaic of the land that you have some control over. Sure.
Yeah, I'm totally in support of increasing our land base. We have about 54,000 members, so if we can look outside the box and maybe get some geographical properties closer to all our members would be very appreciated. But I also want to thank you guys for coming forth. I mean, this is ideal. There's a lot of property out there that could be had. We just got to get a system in place, and maybe we can fund it through housing or.
We would be able to fund something like this through non-programming for housing, especially considering there aren't restrictions on the land that you acquire to put housing there. So long-term goal for all of it should be a long-term goal for all of us.
Yeah. Thank you anyways. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So it was kind of coming in and out, and I might have missed a little bit of the first beginning of the conversation. What's the specific ask, I guess, just to put it in detail? And are you guys familiar with the land that we already have in place, the many acres that we have that are undeveloped, particularly in Unit 2?
We're looking for an MOU, and that would allow them to start doing some work for us to fundraise.
And yes, we are becoming more and more familiar with the land that you own already. And that certainly would be part of the initial discussion to figure out what it is that you have now and what it is that you may want to acquire in the future.
So you're not familiar with what we do already have in our coffer, really?
I've looked at the maps and to see what you have already, yes. But yes, I need to be much more familiar. This is my first time
Okay.
up here, so.
Yep,
yes.
oh, I got you.
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate that too, and I'm not sure if that's something that Bill could possibly provide you with, so we have, quite a bit of acres down here that have some infestation and things that we haven't really looked at. So those are things that we're gonna have to have a discussion about with all the land that we already do own and take care of what we do own at this point. But thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
So what these individuals specialize in is helping tribes acquire new land, right? Okay.
Yes.
Anyone else? Good, Kim.
Do your research and that, then you would come back to us and say, this is what we found, this is what it's gonna cost. Because the state of Michigan has a lot of land too. Have you worked with the states in that? So that's something that you're familiar with, good.
Yeah. Yes.
Referring to excess land that they auction off.
Yeah, exactly. That was, again, a big part of the solution in Minnesota with all the checkerboard lands, and everybody had scattered 40s, scattered,
Yep.
120s here and there. To be able to put all those pieces together involved local government, state government, and coordinating all that. And it would also be a very interactive process of figuring out what land it is that
Okay.
you might want to acquire.
If I could just jump, sorry, this is like a dance up here. I guess, you know, just to sort of clarify, this MOU would allow us to sort of, you know, as it was said, to start thinking about fundraising, start doing the strategy, you know, start doing that strategization. The thing that we have right now is without any formal relationship with the Global Land Restoration Fund, it's difficult for them to go say, hey, we have this really awesome case, you know, they want to talk to philanthropic organizations, other private funders, and without something that says, yeah, we're in a partnership, they can't go speak on behalf of the tribe in that way to start drumming up, you know, financial support. Because, you know, as Steve has said to me a number of times, the best project is the one that is all new money. And so while there's ways we can invest, you know, housing dollars, we can do things to probably jumpstart that process and think about some land acquisitions. When we start talking about buying 10,000 acres, we're going to want to engage philanthropic organizations who have land conservation and, you know, environmental and social justice as part of their mission. And those are the people that are going to come in and actually get this work done for us on a large scale. Where the advantage of working with folks like Steve comes in is he actually knows how to talk to those people. He knows how to sell these projects in a way that we just don't have that expertise. And so if we think about, you know, timeline, I think we should all like temper expectations. This is about the next 30 years that we're talking about, not the next 5 years. Not saying we can't make acquisitions in the short term, but if we're really talking about, you know, Steve made the comment to me that first time we met when we were having that discussion about doubling the land base. He asked, well, how many acres does it take to be an Anishinaabe? Like, that's the number we should be talking about, and that's not a number that we're going to achieve probably in any of our careers, but we can set the strategy up so that future generations have this strategy in their possession and a roadmap for how to eventually get there. Not saying that some big project couldn't come along and like we accomplish things a lot faster, but I think the slow process is the good process here in many ways. So if we think about the order of progression, we're going to have this MOU. We're going to look to fundraise to actually fund the technical work that it would take to get there, and that's probably grant applications, or maybe there's a foundation somewhere that wants to kick that money in. But having the MOU will allow us to partner formally with the Global Land Restoration Fund to go chase those dollars. The sort of next step will be some specific service agreements that outline where those investments are going, what the work plans look like, what Global Land Restoration Fund is doing in the relationship, what the NRD is doing, and we'll approach it like any other partnership. You know, we won't sign an MOU and then come back with a piece of property tomorrow, right? It's going to be sign an MOU, start developing the strategic plan, those documents, understand the priorities, and then when we start to bring in revenue, then we'll get into specific service agreements where we're thinking about how do we allocate, you know, whether they're grant dollars coming in or philanthropic dollars, we'll start to work with that. And some of that stuff is sort of, you know, Steve's been doing this a long time. He's worked with the Conservation Fund for years and years and knows how these service agreements work. And I think we're sort of, you know, Ryan has sort of been involved in those conversations with us. So I think we'll be in good shape when we get to that point where we're like, okay, here's some specific, you know, strategies and deliverables or specific pieces of property we want to go after. That will all come back to this body in the form of a service agreement, just like we would with any other agreement.
No, just again, thank you very much for letting us talk to you today about this opportunity. Really appreciate it. I currently live just north of San Diego. Yeah. Thank you.
So that's what I was gonna flag to you. So we were not able to get this on the agenda for tonight. We have the Reso and RIS ready if you want to waive the rules. Otherwise, we'll try and get it on like the next available one. Yeah.
All right, anything else to talk about regarding this item, guys? Yeah, very good, very good. So let's take a 10-minute break. And
Thanks,
then we'll
guys.
jump into the next item that we have, which is Chapter 11 Membership Ordinance, which is again open. 10-minute break, guys. get started again. The item that we're on right now is Chapter 11 Membership Ordinance. Ryan, we'll have you lead this, okay?
I'm gonna text our tribal registrar just so we're a little ahead of schedule. She was gonna jump on Zoom just in case you had a question for her.
I can email her, Ryan.
Okay, thank you. So in front of you in your packet, you have a memo from me about the constitutionality issues in Chapter 11 membership ordinance. This was a board directive from a few months ago, and what we did was went through Chapter 11 and flagged any areas that maybe arguably out of line with our Constitution. I also took the liberty of flagging things that maybe are out of date or irrelevant now, and there's 8 areas that I'll run through today and take questions. I'm not asking for any action today. This is just the start of the discussion on whether the board wants to make any action in the future to maybe address any of these issues. So the first section here, number 1, is 11.106, subsection 4, proof of ancestry. An applicant shall be regarded as tracing his ancestry to a census, roll, or record of the historical bands of the Sault Ste. Marie Indians if he traces ancestry to a person listed on the Garden River church records for 1856 through 1935. Looking through a lot of our old membership codes and how we previously looked at what was considered a historic census or roll. We didn't consider a lot of church records, so this one's a bit of an outlier. It's not in line with the other documents that we use for ancestry, which include more federal documents, census documents, land allotments, judgment payments, those types of things. My strict recommendation for it to be in line with our Constitution would be probably remove the Garden River church record from our rolls as a document to use ancestry. I've talked with the enrollment committee about that, and you also should have in your packet, I believe, a memo from the tribal registrar. If not, I'll have to send it again. The tribal registrar does not believe we should remove the Garden River church record from our code, in part because we've relied on it for a very long time, and we're currently relying on it in open enrollment, and it might cause some logistical headaches. So if we're going to go down that route at some point and talk about actually removing it, I'd probably be doing another memo to you guys and just really analyzing what that would look like if we took away that role and what the ramifications would be. But strictly legally speaking, it's not in line with the other documents and likely should not be used as a base role, so to speak, to look at our ancestry. I'll pause for a second.
Any questions or discussion? Any hands?
Said somebody's hands up, but I don't see any hands up, so I don't know.
Okay.
All right. The next area to flag is 11.108 Canadian ancestry. This section does not appear to be grounded in any language of Constitution Article 3. It looks like the intent at one time was to be able to preserve the ability of eligible Sioux Tribe members that may be traced to a Canadian band to enroll in Sioux Tribe, because at the time when we added this to our code, the Canadian government was disenfranchising individuals, so they were taking away their Indian status in Canada, and we wanted that not to affect our roles if they were eligible for our roles, and they maybe were no longer legally an Indian under the Canadian government. We didn't want that to affect their membership here. In the 80s, the Canadian government outlawed disenfranchisement. It's no longer a thing that would affect any current people trying to enroll in our tribes. It's no harm to leave it in here, but it has no more legal force and effect, so it could be removed safely. We wouldn't have anyone that would fall in this bucket anymore just because that practice is no longer happening at the Canadian side.
Any questions or discussion for this one? I don't see any hands.
All right, we're going to breeze through this one. Next one, 11.109, dual enrollment. This is under Constitution Article 3, Section 1. We prohibit dual enrollment of any other, if you're a member of any other tribe or band of North American Indians. We currently allow enrollment of Canadian members that are arguably a North American band. They're not a United States federally recognized tribe, so it's a matter of interpretation. Did a scan of different tribal constitutions from the 1970s, the same decade that ours was adopted, and they're kind of all kind of 50-50. A lot of the tribes had similar language that we had, that said North American band. Those ones were usually east of the Mississippi. West of the Mississippi, a lot of those tribes, even though it was the same years they adopted as we did, they say federally recognized tribes, so there was a distinction. A lot of the tribes east of the Mississippi, which we are, that have had that language in their constitution, have later clarified, either through statute or a constitutional amendment, that yes, we mean federally recognized tribes, not North American in entirety, just the United States of America. We never took the action as a tribe, so the recommendation is to, at some point, maybe nail down from the board of directors how we're really going to interpret that, and if that does mean Canadian bands, because over the years we've kind of, for lack of a better word, almost picked and choose when we would allow Canadians in and not, and we need to probably get clear direction. It's maybe something we want to tackle in our constitutional reform if we get to the point of doing the secretary election. But it does look like the intent, based on historical record of our tribe and the lack of us not clarifying through statute or a constitutional amendment, was to read it as a band of North American Indians and not a federally recognized band, which would mean we would not be enrolling people who are enrolled in First Nations tribes in Canada.
Questions or discussions on this one? I don't see any hands up. Did you?
Rob just put his hand up.
Rob?
So I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty of this because it's obviously going to be a longer discussion. I would just like to state that no matter what, I will always stand by the idea that it needs to come down to a membership vote. This board should not take any actions without a membership vote when it comes to the membership ordinance. The structure of government is not for the legislative body to decide. It should be left to the duty of the members, which also membership should be. So until anything changes, I think we have to stick to the exact black and white letter of the Constitution, which we have not done to this point as a tribe. So if there's any changes, like Ryan said, it needs to be done via constitutional amendment.
Kim?
To be done constitutionally, right, Brian? Because that's in our Constitution.
It would need a, you could try a statutory fix, but ultimately you'd want a constitutional amendment, yes.
Mike?
I disagree. I do think it's cleaner if we do a constitutional amendments, and I think I'm wholeheartedly support that. But to say that we can't interpret it or we can't put anything in laws affecting it until that happens, I disagree with. I think we're the governing body. I think there's a lot of things in there other than the membership thing that are constitutional that elections, stuff like that. Registering for elections, that's in the Constitution, but we interpret it and we make automatic registrations here and we make automatic registrations there. And so if we're going to pick and choose what's in the Constitution and we only want to apply it to membership issues, I'm not a big fan of that. I think we codify things the best we can until a membership vote can happen. But to say that we can't even look at them, I disagree with that interpretation. The other aspect I was going to bring up was the Canadian ancestry. That's one aspect, but we didn't say anything about U.S. citizenship in here, which is in our Constitution. It's a cookie cutter thing that we got slapped on, and it separated us because in our own Constitution we say Canadian bands, Garden River Band, but you have to be a U.S. citizen. So how many have we probably not allowed in because of that in the past? So I think that was we don't have any language saying anything about that, or if you guys even looked at it. So that was one of my concerns, is that it's in the Constitution, but previous boards have interpreted it via the membership ordinance. And so I think until we get a separation with the court, we're probably going to continue to have these types of conversations, but I'll leave it at that. I don't think it's complete off limits. I think we can still address issues if there's known issues, especially like with the Garden River church records. Church records shouldn't be an indicator of whether you're a native or not. So I think there's bigger issues at hand, and I would like to see eventually us to look at what that looks like. I'll yield.
Rob?
So, all I heard there was, we don't have a separation of powers. We're the board. We're going to do what we want. It's not, that doesn't sit well with me, and I don't believe in that. I will agree that over the years, past 50 years, many times our Constitution has been ignored by the board. But with that kind of mindset, why even have a Constitution? So I will stand by that. When you do something that, as a legislative body, conflicts with the Constitution, there absolutely should be a constitutional amendment via membership vote. Now, Mike's right. We have a one-branch government, and this board can and has ignored the Constitution. Is that grounds to say that we should continue doing so? Absolutely not. When I took my oath of office, I took an oath of office to uphold the Constitution, so it means something to me.
Are you done, or did you cut out? Okay. Kim Rudolph.
I'm glad Mike brought that up, because I was meaning to about, it says, part of the membership is provided further that such persons are citizens of the United States of America. Just because you're a Canadian citizen doesn't mean you're still not Sioux tribe descendant or, eligible for membership. But according to this, because we went through this with an individual, and they had to get U.S. citizenship before we could keep them on our rolls. And that's a lengthy process. That doesn't happen overnight. So, if I know that's not part of what you brought here today, Ryan, but if we're going to be amending our Constitution, I think that should be taken out of there, just, because if you can trace to our rolls, then why can't we enroll them? If they're born in Canada, it's no fault of theirs. Their mother or dad married someone from there and they moved there. We have people enrolled that are in Germany, but they were born to probably people in the armed forces. So yeah, I'm not sure why that's in there. It just doesn't make sense, especially being that we're a border tribe. Sugar Island, everybody intermarried there with the Canadian bands. So, yeah. So I think when we do, that's a little easy fix with an amendment to our Constitution, but I think it should be part of what we're going to do when we do the separation of powers. Sorry to bring that into this fold, but it is
No,
with
it's-
membership,
it's,
so.
it's a good thing to flag. I mean, part of it is, right, these constitutions were brought
Cookie
from the
cutters.
federal government to the tribes, and the tribes adopted them. Setting aside the argument of, whether it was a forced adoption of these constitutions or not, they were cookie cutter constitutions, really drafted by the federal government, not drafted by the tribes, right? And they wanted to ensure that the tribes were making their citizenship based on, their historic roles, but also U.S. citizens. And currently, that would affect potential federal funding if there was a tribe that maybe had a substantial amount of members that were enrolled in that tribe. They were citizens of that nation, but not citizens of America. You're probably going to have a little bit of an argument with the federal government over funding. But it's something to flag, and something I did not analyze or research for this memo, but something certainly I could put my legal mind together and look at that more. Yeah. If they're just solely a citizen of Canada, but they're a citizen of Sioux tribe, it probably would be a small number, but a lot of federal funding is based on enrollment numbers, in part in service area numbers. There might just be a potential conflict's not the right word. Just a pressure point to work out with the federal government if it did become an issue. If our tribe or any other tribe was enrolling citizens to their nation that were not either dual citizens or they were not American citizens, you might just have a little bit of a pushback from the federal government. Not saying you couldn't overcome it. You just have to be prepared to have that discussion if it came up at the federal level. Why are you enrolling Sioux tribe? Why are you enrolling a bunch of Canadians? And we're going to cut back your funding because we don't think this percentage of your population is eligible for services from the U.S. government. It's something you're going to have to. If we go down that route, we have to just think about and work through, right?
Okay, Tyler, then Rob. Are you done, Kim? Okay.
Well,
You're making me think. I didn't think about that until you brought it up today.
well, that we should fight for, though, right? Because we didn't set up the geopolitical borders.
Yeah.
We signed treaties, but we didn't set up those borders. Like half of our ancestors get stuck on the Canadian side. That doesn't mean they want to be any less Sioux tribe than we are. Because the one clear example in our region is Pokagon Band, right? So granted, they're not overlapping two different countries, but they are overlapping now Michigan and Indiana. So they're the first in our region to be able to do that. And that was a huge progress for them. And their justification is we don't recognize borders. You put those borders up. So I think that's our argument moving forward. I hear the separation of powers being brought up quite a bit, but so my concern is, are we just not making decisions until any of this is done in process? Because part of that separation of powers is if we can't get a qualified judge that we would appoint the judge, is an appointed judge then allowed to make decisions on our Constitution? Or you know what I'm saying? Like, if the Constitution is up but for interpretation, would an appointed judge be able to interpret our Constitution? I think there's a concern there. So that just popped into my head when the back and forth occurred, right? So I was just like, okay, that's a little concerning. But how far out would that be? Would it be like a year from now? Like, how quickly are we able to separate the powers to make some of these decisions?
Right.
Are we just in gridlock until that point? I don't know. I just, I think we are an elected body. I think we should still make the decisions of the interpretation of the Constitution. We are a government. We have to move as a government. And I just, I would like to have a sidebar discussion about that. Like, what happens if we have to appoint the judges to interpret our Constitution? That would be my number one concern, I guess.
And not to sidetrack us too much on this memo.
Well, this is about this memo, though. If a judge is interpreting the Constitution for our membership and they're starting to delete policy, how does this work?
Well, that's what I was getting at. So I've advised you in the past and will continue to advise you. I think up until the point we get a constitutional amendment that separates powers, this governing body should consider how much they want to separate and delegate authority through statute. You can do that today. I've been saying that consistently since I've been working here probably for the past few years. But I don't think we should gridlock our government because we think maybe we'll get the constitutional vote soon. You can do both in tandem. Right? I think the concern is if you do it by statute, then you won't do it by constitution. But that they're not mutually exclusive, and both paths can be happening. And if we have given either by statute or through a constitutional amendment the authority of the courts to rule on constitutional issues like this, that's part of the back and forth that we have to all be prepared, for lack of a better word, the initial headaches, right? We're gonna have a court, whether they're appointed, because no one ran for that election. That was a Sioux Tribe member, and the board or the legislature has to appoint a judge. If they're delegated that power to interpret our Constitution and our laws, that's one of the side effects. They may hand down a ruling that what you all did as a legislature is illegal or unconstitutional for these reasons, or they might interpret it a different way than the legislature interpreted it. That's the push and pull of a separation of powers. It's an unavoidable push and pull, right? Yeah. And it could be a non-tribal, depending on how it shakes out. It could be a non-tribal judge that we appointed for some reason, depending on how it's structured, and they're making decisions. Like there's all kinds of scenarios, right?
Right, and it just kind of popped in my head when that back and forth happened. But as far as our Canadian relatives, like I stand firm on that. I would rather go to bat for our people at the federal level and say that we do not recognize these boundaries that you chose to set up for us.
Yeah.
You know, that would be my argument. I might not be in the majority on that one, but I mean, there's precedent set within the United States, and I think it could be set across. We are a border tribe. You know, there's a lot of border tribes along the northern border there.
I mean, there's tribes in Washington, there's tribes down in Texas that have those same issues, and I'm not an expert on how they did it, but it's not, there's other areas of the country we can pull on to see how they did it. It's certainly not a fight I think we should shy away from. It's just something we should be really fully analyze and figure out how we want to make the argument if we need to, that's all.
Okay.
So before we move on from this topic in the speaker list, are we proposing that we make Canadian citizens who have Sioux Tribe ancestry part of the Sioux Tribe? Is that what we're proposing? Okay,
So-
I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to
Wait,
make
so
sure I
right,
understood
yeah,
everything correctly.
right now,
For the streaming, we have to use the microphones, you guys. Joe is having a hard time hearing. Sorry.
so we've had cases recently where we've had someone try to enroll in Sioux Tribe. They trace back to one of the historic roles, but they're a Canadian citizen. They're not dual enrolled. They're just solely a Canadian citizen. They're not a U.S. citizen. Under our Constitution, we should not be enrolling them. It's
So
contrary.
real quickly, are you aware of any tribes that are bordered that allow members of Canada or Mexico to be part of their tribe?
I'm sure they're out there, but I don't know offhand which tribe that would be. I think there's one in Washington I can think of that I'm 95% sure that they do.
Okay.
They found a way to do it. I just don't know what that way is.
Okay, Rob, then Lana.
So a few things here. I would absolutely agree that we did not recognize the border. That came after European contact, and I think that Tyler's right. We should fight for that. But the way our Constitution is right now, it doesn't put us in a position that we can. Now, the flip side to that is this board has done whatever they wanted in regards to the Constitution over the last 50 years. So you can't argue on one hand, oh, the Constitution prohibits us, but then we're a one-branch government. So to go back to Tyler's question is, are we in gridlock till we have a separation of powers? My answer to that is, who would a one-branch government be in gridlock with? So no, it's not a gridlock. The majority of this board can do whatever they want. That's the problem with our government. But that is the essential problem, that we have a one-branch government that can do what they want. Therefore, they can disregard the Constitution at will and say that the Constitution provides us as a board interpret the Constitution however we want. That's ridiculous. So the other part of that is that I keep hearing, well, we should cover this when we do the constitutional amendment for the separation of powers. No, we shouldn't. We should focus on one thing at a time, because you're going to muddy the waters, and nobody should have to choose between three different things at the same time, whether we want one or not. So I think we should deal with each thing individually. And the one thing over the last 20 years that the membership has wanted was the separation of powers. I think we have to start there. So this question of, are we in gridlock? No, we're not in gridlock. The majority of this board can, will, has, and will continue to do whatever they want until the membership has their right to a separate court. The other thing is this idea that an appointed judge is going to be able to interpret the Constitution. It means that you just simply haven't read the amendment yet. That power would be delegated to the appellate court, and it would also be delegated to a membership vote as well, because constitutional amendments do not happen without the membership. So that's not accurate in a way to describe how the amendment would work. So I believe Tyler's right. We should be fighting for the non-recognition of a border that we never agreed to. But we should also recognize that our Constitution doesn't allow that at this time, and it would take a vote of the members to change it, which I think they would overwhelmingly support that. But I don't want to stay stuck in this rut that we've been in over the last 50 years, where this board gets to pick and choose how they interpret the Constitution. It shouldn't be the legislative body to do so.
Lana.
Yeah, just a head full of thoughts here. Yeah, I've been saying for the last 2 decades that we needed to start with an amendment, and I think that's where we're at right now, whether it's going to be the 2 or the 3 branches of government. So we're getting somewhere, slowly, but somewhere. So until that changes, absolutely 100% we're a representative government. And it can't stop. We have to make those decisions, because at the end of the day, we make those decisions anyways. We changed the election code. Someone cited, changing for registration of voters. We make all kinds of decisions, but until somebody wants to say, oh, we have to let the members decide, we do have to, that's what we have to prioritize, whether it's a 2-branch or a 3-branch, and then move forward with that. Then people will have standing in court, and then we can go from there. So at the end of the day, we are vested with making decisions, because it's a representative government. Whether you go out and solicit input from the membership one-on-one, whether you make phone calls, whether you have town hall meetings, because at the end of the day, they elect you to make these decisions for the best interest. Has it been perfect? Absolutely not. We're still sitting on, no change of a constitution. But hopefully we look to get that one question answered and send out an amendment to that, and then go from there, the steps that have to be taken. But I'm here for making those tough decisions until it's easy to say, let the members decide. Well, some of the members don't want to decide. They elect us to make those decisions. So, that's it.
Can you give us an update when that survey is going to go to the membership, Brian?
Yeah, we're on, excuse me, we're on for a workshop, myself and the election commission and Josh, our staff attorney and election attorney, on the 23rd. We have a tentative timeline. They're trying to nail it down more, but we'll have more on that date. But we're trying to hit for this fall, have our new software and hardware up and running in time for this fall to do the survey ballots, and then do the tabulation and all that in November, hopefully. So.
All right, I don't see any more hands up. We can keep going.
All right. The next section is 11.109, dual enrollment. Specifically subsection 7. This provision was enacted in 1999, and it basically creates a process for disenrollment or for staying enrolled if you were found to be duly enrolled with our tribe and another federally recognized tribe on or before December 7th, 1999. Basically what happened is you would get a notice from enrollment saying, hey, you're duly enrolled, our Constitution doesn't allow that. You need to relinquish your membership in your other tribe to stay enrolled in Sioux tribe. If you don't, then we have to disenroll you. But there was a second part to that, was if you could prove that your other tribe that you were enrolled in would not or could not for some reason disenroll you, So you were legally not allowed by that other nation to relinquish your rights, then you were allowed to stay enrolled in Sioux tribe and enrolled in the other tribe. It's on its face contrary to our constitution, just because we don't allow disenrollment in membership in Article 3 of our constitution. That being said, because it had a date certain of when that would end, so only people that were found to be disenrolled or dual enrolled, on or before December 7th, 1999 would even fall under this provision. It doesn't have any legal force and effect after that date in 1999, so it clearly was a specific fix for a group of people in the mid to late 90s that we wanted to make sure we could preserve their status as Sioux tribe citizens. It can be deleted now. It doesn't have any force and effect. It's contrary to the Constitution and has no longer any legal force and effect because that date has long since passed. All right. Next one is 11.113, adoption. The first thing to flag is subsection 2. The same thing I flagged in the beginning. This uses the Garden River Church record. It's arguably not in line with the other historical documents that we use. So the same recommendation as earlier, to be strictly in line with the Constitution. It's the easiest and simplest is to remove that church record from being a base role in our code. I am at odds with our registrar on that. The enrollment department believes we should keep it, but this is just strictly what appears to be out of line with the Constitution. So, the second thing to flag in that is subsection 3. This allows the enrollment committee to waive the requirement to have to prove Indian ancestry if we get 7 affidavits. So I want to enroll in our tribe, but I can't prove that I'm Indian. But I live in the community and I can get 7 affidavits from enrolled members stating that I am known as a community as an Indian in this community, and they can waive that right to have to prove Indian ancestry, and they can be enrolled in Sioux tribe. It gives a lot of discretion to the enrollment committee.
If you have 7 friends, say you're Indian, you're a member of the Sioux tribe, or how did this end up on paper? Like what? Like, it's bad enough if you attended a church in Canada, you're a Sioux tribe member, but you can have 7 friends vouch for your Sioux tribe citizenship, and you can be enrolled in this tribe.
So constitutionally, we're supposed to be able to prove Indian ancestry. This should be with this power for the committee to waive that requirement. It should be stricken from our code.
Well, you know, if you guys ever get commercial fishing helping licenses, you have to bring your file there, but then the BIA looks into your ancestry, and I'm willing to bet stuff like this is why. Because just because you have 7 friends say that you're a Sioux tribe member does not mean that you can link your ancestry to the 1836 Treaty of Washington.
And to be fair, I don't know, Julie might be able to know, I don't think we've used this provision recently, certainly not in the 2.5 years I've been here, but it is still on the books. It still is a law of our tribe and could be used now or in the future if it stays on the books. Yeah.
Let's get rid of it.
The next one in this is subsection 9. This one's an interesting one. So this one states that no adoptee, so if you're adopted into our tribe, you shall not be eligible to hold office as chair or the board of directors, right? That seems to make sense on its face. However, under Constitution Article 6, Section 3, any qualified voters of the tribe, 18 years and older, can be on the board of directors. And long story short, it's probably an easy fix, but we do, it might be an oversight, but we do allow adoptees to vote. They have been on our voter rolls for decades. So it's not a big number of our citizens that are through adoption, but they have been voting consistently in our elections over the last several decades, and arguably they should be allowed to run for office. The fix would be we just don't let them vote.
I was going to say,
yeah,
or we make it so they don't vote.
Right. Okay. So the 2 fixes are you let them run for office. That seems contrary also to our Constitution, or we have to build that prohibition that they are not supposed to be. They're not technically eligible voters. They're adopted citizens. And there's a small number, but they shouldn't be voting in our elections. So those are the 2 paths to fix that little quagmire. The next one is 11.114, enrollment of members of other tribes. This one is a little unclear what the intent of this section actually is, because all of our criteria for membership is captured in 11.106. The prohibitions on dual enrollment are captured in 11.109. So this section is kind of duplicative. It does have the added provision in 114 subsection 6 that members enrolled under this section are not eligible to hold office. However, to be eligible under 114, you have to meet all the same requirements as 106. So it contradicts itself. It just needs to be stricken. It doesn't serve any purpose. It's duplicative. It's contrary to the Constitution. It's contrary with its own. That whole paragraph is contrary in and of itself. Because under 114, we still have to trace you back to Sioux Tribe in some way. So we should just use 106 because they use the same criteria. And someone who's enrolled under 114 should not be legally disallowed to run for office because they can trace the Sioux Tribe, and under our Constitution should be allowed to vote and run for office. So just need to strike it. It's confusing and serves no purpose. So. Now we're getting to some fun stuff. Travers Band, number 7 on my list is the Travers Band. The question was presented whether Sioux Tribe members who are currently enrolled or their descendants who trace back to Travers Band were properly admitted under our laws and properly added to our code. So in 1978, under Tribal Resolution 32278B, Sioux Tribe specifically adopted a subset of members who trace back to Travers Band. It looks like it was done in part because Little Travers was not yet federally recognized. We had members on our original 1975 membership list and voter list who were Travers Band. So it looks like in the early days of our tribe's federal recognition, shortly after our Constitution, the Board of Directors wanted to create a fix to preserve the membership of these Travers Band members who voted to adopt our Constitution, who were on the original membership list, but didn't trace to one of those historic tribes in our Constitution. And so they chose to do it through Article 3, Section 1C. It's specifically called out in that resolution. That's their authority, and it's the authority in the Constitution to adopt members. And then that means any descendants of those adopted members who were adopted in 1978. We don't allow new adopted Travers Band members. So everyone who is adopted in March 1st of 1978, they were people that were already on our registration list, already on our voter lists. They were memorialized into our tribe through Constitution Article 3, Section 1C, and now all their descendants are also enrollable pursuant to our Constitution and our enrollment code. So that's how Travers Band ended up in there, that the Board of Directors did it properly through their authority under Article 3 of our Constitution. We do not allow new Travers Band members to come into our tribe now. They have to descend back. They have to be a descendant of one of these original families that were enrolled in '78. But they were properly added pursuant to the board's authority under our Constitution. They're full members. The way should close that door. The way that the board did this under our laws, they're full members and they have rights to treaty fishing, all the things that all of us full Sioux Tribe members have. They're not like the adoptees in that sense where there's certain carve outs. They are full citizens. Any questions on that one? All right, next one. Our favorite talking point, Mackinac Band. So the question was presented whether the Sioux Tribe members who are currently enrolled or their descendants who trace to Mackinac Band were properly admitted and added to our code under our Constitution. This one's a little more nuanced. We didn't adopt a resolution that specifically adopted Mackinac Band, but as I go through this, I think you'll maybe see why the board, the original board in the 70s didn't think they needed to, because Mackinac Band has been here on our rolls from the very beginning. So there's 3 categories of Sioux Tribe members right under our Constitution. All descendants from the 6 named historical bands, all persons enrolled on October 9th, 1975, who are descendants from the original bands, and all persons adopted into the tribe by tribal ordinance. It appears to me, through looking through a lot of our historical records and prior general counsel and legal department memos from all the way back into the 80s and even in the mid-70s, the board at that time and subsequent boards and the legal department have always determined that Mackinac Band falls under that first category as part of those 6 named historical bands. And I understand someone's going to say, well, it doesn't say Mackinac Band in our Constitution. I agree. It doesn't say Mackinac Band. But the board originally interpreted in our very first membership ordinance in 1976 that historical bands, because they were sometimes known as other names throughout the different historical ages, that historical bands would be interpreted and read to include all indigenous Native Americans of the eastern Upper Peninsula, thus encompassing Mackinac Band. So they did this in part because our original 1975 membership list, and I had enrollment do a scan of this for me because I wanted to be sure. So Stacy had a lot of fun looking through a bunch of names. Very original membership roll in 1975 had individuals who were 100% solely Mac Band. It's the only band they traced to. They were on our very first membership roll. When we adopted our Constitution, the BIA did their voter registration lists, also in 1975, our very first voter list. Same thing, right? Had a bunch of just solely Mac Band members on it. And so the board interpreted that in conjunction with those original membership rolls that we had, our voter list, and their interpretation, that Mackinac Band was and is always has meant to be encompassed under the Sioux Tribe. They clarified this in 1978. So 1976 membership ordinance, they read it as Native American and you live in your eastern UP, that's how we're interpreting the 6 historical bands, because we don't know what band or what name band you might have been, or sometimes names change, or sometimes the federal government called a band one thing and then later called it another thing. So they had a broad reach in 76. They were more specific in 1978 membership ordinance, 2 years later, excuse me, and that ordinance says that an applicant shall be regarded as tracing his ancestry to a census roll or record of the historical bands of Sault Ste. Marie Chippewa Indians if he traces to a person listed as a member of the Sault Ste. Marie or Mackinac Band of Indians on the Durant Roll of 1907 or the Census Roll of 1870, et cetera, et cetera. So they, again, in 1978, the board interpreted and read the Constitution and the enrollment code the same way it did in 76, and the same way our membership rolls were populated in 75 to include Mackinac Band, and they wanted it to be clear of their intent, so they named Mackinac Band directly in the code, and it's been in our code ever since. It's consistent to how the Sioux Tribe has operated in its entirety of its federal recognition. So the beginning of federal recognition to today, this is consistent to how the board in the original 70s, the original board in the 70s until now has consistently taken this approach. Just to add further legal analysis to that, our original Constitution had the referendum process. We didn't have it fully fleshed out in code yet, how we wanted it to look. And there's no indication that any board member, citizen of Sioux Tribe ever challenged either the action in 1976 or the action in 1978. That is our legal mechanism right now for challenging actions of the board of director, and no one took that opportunity. Thus, I have to conclude that the Mackinac Band is properly enrolled citizens under our laws and our Constitution, as consistently agreed upon by board of directors and legal department from 1975 to today.
Okay, Rob has hand up. Go ahead, Rob.
why was the Mackinac Band not included in the 6 historical bands 3 years prior to the adoption of the new membership ordinance?
I don't know.
It's a question that needs answered because it's a fundamental question. So one cannot possibly tell me what the intent of our founders were in 75 and then have a drastic change in 78 without telling me why it wasn't listed in black and white as one of the 6 historical bands, which would have meant that it would have been a 7 historical bands. That's 3 years difference. So we can't sit back and say that question can't be answered. I'm saying that question must be answered. And it's a fundamental question. And so we cannot determine what the intent of our founders was in 75 and then say there was a drastic change in 78 that contradicts what the Constitution says, especially when our Constitution clearly says those members who were alive and enrolled on the date of ratification. That would also give me clear intent that there was no intent to add more after that. I simply believe that this was a decision made by the board in 78, and we question the motives or intent at that time. But my solid belief, and always will be my belief, that the board should not have had that kind of authority to make a decision that directly contradicts a ratification in 75. So my question stands is, why do we not see in our Constitution 7 historical bands and we see only 6? If the intent was originally to include them. Now, I'm not arguing that they should or shouldn't be. What I'm arguing is that that needs to be a vote of the membership, not decided by this board.
Can I respond quickly?
Yep, and then Kim.
So we were not able to find all the historic documents that maybe point to this. We can certainly keep doing some digging. My understanding is part of it was a push and pull between the Sioux tribe and the federal government on trying to get recognition. There may have been discussions in the early 70s about how we need to structure things to get pushed through to federal recognition. I did not have access to all those documents. We can do more digging and try and find a more definitive answer for you, Rob. But I can say with a lot of confidence that the board did not switch gears in 78. It was not a drastic change, because in 1975, the very first membership list that we have access to had Mackinac Band. The very first voter list that the BIA used had Mackinac Band. The very first official membership ordinance in 1976 didn't say Mackinac Band, but it said all North American Indians in the eastern Upper Peninsula, and we know that included Mackinac Band because we know that Mackinac Band members lived here in the eastern UP. And then in 1978, arguably, they made it more limiting because it doesn't say all North American Indians in the eastern UP. It says Sioux Band and Mac Band, right? So they narrowed it to be even more clear with their intent. So I will stand by this, that the board did not make a drastic change. 75, 76, and 78 was those years, probably 77 too, if they needed to take action. It was very consistent that Mackinac Band was intended to be part of Sioux Tribe. It's very consistent if you look at it through the lens of congressional intent. What was the intent of the legislature? What was the intent of the board of directors? They made it very clear early on because we kept enrolling Mackinac Band all through the 70s from the very beginning when we adopted our Constitution.
Okay, Kim, then back to Rob.
Okay, kind of in response to Rob when he's saying we need answers, the only way we would be able to find out is question the people who were there then, and I'm thinking there might only be 2 people still alive that actually voted on those resolutions. And I can't even really think who. I know Bernard is probably one, but I don't think he was on the board then. I think he was the executive director. Because Joe was chairman, correct, back in those days? So whoever was on the board, so you may not even have someone that's still alive that voted on those and what their thought process was, unless you can find the minutes.
I don't have it in this memo. We did look at the minutes. I have to pull them up again. I don't recall what the vote was, but we can certainly look at what the vote count was. I think it was close to unanimous. Both times they adopted a membership ordinance, which included, the broad language and then the MACBAN language. We can double check on that, but we certainly have the minutes and we can see who voted, and if the board majority still wants to pursue that path, that is an option to take.
Okay, go ahead, Rob.
So again, my fundamental belief is going to be that this board, or any board, should not take action that deviates from the Constitution without a vote of the membership. So I think it's kind of difficult and near impossible in my mind to logically believe that what the board's intent was drastically did not change within 3 years, because in 75 we have the ratification of a constitution that clearly has 6 historical bans. So if the intent was the same in 75 that it was in 78, wouldn't you think that there would be a stronger push to include them within the ratification of the Constitution? I think any reasonable person would believe so. The other thing is the Constitution also clearly says that of those members who were alive and enrolled on the date of ratification, so you can't say that that changed 3 years later, but there was no significant change. That is a significant change. And so I guess my next question would be then to you, Ryan, is why would the federal government have a set aside of land claims funds for a Mackinac band?
I can't answer that off the top of my head, Rob.
Okay, then I'm just going to rest my case right now.
Okay, so I don't have a problem with it. If you ever read the history of Ojibwe tribes in the eastern Upper Peninsula, you'll find out that the Sault tribe of Chippewa Indians is a confederation of the bands that were in the area. And if you study Anishinaabe history, you'd find out that women married men of other bands. So even if you have a different band in the eastern Upper Peninsula, the idea that that band is purely Ottawa is ridiculous, right? So just read a history book on the Indian tribes around here. We intermarried. Back in the 70s when this was passed, they would have had a referendum option, right, Ryan?
They would have, and they would also have had the ability, if they wanted, to weed out on our membership roll in 75 and the voter roll in 75 Mackinac band members if they didn't think they were supposed to vote on our Constitution. But they didn't take those steps.
And that's my point. So there's a referendum option back then, so the membership did have the option to vote on this, but apparently no one had a big enough issue with it at this time. And at this point, we're talking about membership in the Sioux tribe that's half a century old. So you got 50 years of people that have relied on us for housing, education, healthcare, to practice their treaty rights, cultural activities. They're as much as the Sioux tribe as anyone else that can trace their ancestry back to a tribe on that history. And that's the opinion that I have. No one is forcing the Mackinac band members who are members of this tribe from remaining. I mean, they can disenroll, you know what I mean? But they are valuable contributors to this tribe, and they have been since they've been included. So I have Rob, then Tyler.
Well, I would agree with part of that. I think they are valuable members, and I have always stated that I do not support disenrollment of them. I think we honor their membership as it is, but I also think that we need to still address this moving forward. It's a constitutional issue, and I think that we can't look past that. Now, to the point where, different bands intermarried with Americans marry Canadians all the time. It doesn't make us one nation. Americans marry Mexicans. It doesn't make us one nation. So it's a fundamental belief on how we handle the Constitution and how we honor our oaths to office. And my viewpoint is that there would be no point in having a Constitution if this board just gets to do as they please, which is what's happened here. I honestly think if you had a vote of the members, they probably would include them. But that's the only way that it should happen. I mean, there's no reasonable argument to say that there wasn't a deviation from 75 to 78. There clearly is. There's no reasonable argument to say that they wouldn't have included it in the original 6 historical bans if they didn't intend to. They would have. There's no reasonable argument to say that the federal government would not have a lands claims fund set aside for the Mackinac Band had they not viewed them as a separate nation who has a right to self-governance. They do have that. There is a set aside for that. So there's no reasonable argument for any of this other than the board took action, and now we want to stand by that the board can do what the board wants to do, and the Constitution doesn't matter. So I believe the chairman's right in saying that we should be an inclusive tribe that allows for a pathway for these things to happen, but the only pathway should be a vote of the membership.
Well, Rob, like I said, we can disagree on this respectfully, and I think we've done that. You know, like I mentioned, I think that they're just as much members of the Sioux tribe as any other band that was in this region. You know, like we mentioned, you know, women traditionally married men of other bands, and then they traveled to those communities. And by today's standards, those families could trace ancestry to Sioux tribe. Tyler. All right, let's move on then, Ryan.
That's all I have for the memo. So what I'd like to do next is some of the low-hanging fruit ones, the ones that they're duplicative or that they no longer have any legal force and effect. I'll bring at a next meeting resolution to strike those from the code. I want to have a longer discussion, another workshop with the board on the Garden River church record and what we want to do, if anything, as a tribe with that.
On that one specifically, can we get a total number of membership that would impact before we make a decision on that one? Because, and then how many of those would be able to trace to other enrollment records?
That's what I was
None
going
of
to
them?
suggest too.
Okay.
So are they enrolled just because they trace to that one
So
document?
the ones that we're talking about, they just go solely.
Can you explain this document? So loosely, I mean, I think the membership knows what that is. Up here we do, but I mean, we're open to the public right now. Can you explain what the Garden River Church record is for everyone?
Is Julie on? Because she could explain it better. I can
Okay.
try if she can't.
Julie, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey, Julie, could you explain to our membership what the Garden River Church record is, please?
It's just the church record of people that went to church in Garden River, and we take the certain years for it. Some of those people, there's a lot of Indians on that roll, don't get me wrong. But there's a lot of white people on it, and it's just a church record. It's just a record of people that went to church.
So if you can trace your ancestry to an individual that attended that church, and if they're on the records for attending that church, they're eligible for membership in the Sioux tribe, correct?
That is correct.
For the years 1856 through 1935, because the thought process in part was during those years we would capture the most Indians that would have gone to that church, but it's not guaranteed that the person we're capturing is Indian.
And that's what I was going to get at. So it's reasonable to assume that a lot of Native Americans attended that church, but are we letting people in this tribe who aren't Native American? I mean, you don't have to be Native American to attend a church. There's people of all kinds of mixed ancestry that attend.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Let's get a speaking list going. Kim wants to talk, then Tyler.
I just want to add that it wasn't just people who went to the Garden River Church. They took people who attended churches on Sugar Island, Drummond, Nebish, and if that priest was headed to Garden River, that's where the record was deposited. It was either deposited there or the St. Mary's Church.
Before I call on
So-
Tyler, was this a list of individuals that the priest assumed were Native American, or just anyone
Nope.
who ever attended?
My understanding is anyone who ever attended any of those several churches.
So
Or
it
that-
wasn't about this priest going into Indian communities and converting people and keeping a log of everyone he converted. It's just if you attended this church.
or he baptized, married, or did the sacraments
Yeah, you
of
would
their
have
death.
gotten one of the sacraments, or
Yeah.
you would have been at one of the churches, and they would have made a record of it. But it wasn't specifically designed to make a record necessarily of that you were Native American. It could have been anyone who was in the area that that priest was at or that church was at that got one of the sacraments or went to that church.
And he deposited the record there.
Tyler?
I don't know. So that's difficult, because I go off of the Chief Black Elk saying if you have one drop of Indian blood in you, then you're Indian, because it's important because they tried to wipe us out, and I could care less about blood quantum. But if there are non-natives on the records, they need to be removed. So my question would be, so how many are there that are affiliated with this record? And then if we were to make these changes, would we be able to do, what do we call it, when, the lateral blood test to see if they're,
The collateral descendants.
the collateral, yeah. Would that be feasible, or are we talking about quite a few people?
I don't know. We can get the answer. Julie might know offhand a close approximation, but we can certainly figure out the number. Some of them we might be able to do collateral descendancy or see if they also appear on another roll. But there's some that are going to only appear on the Garden River church record.
Right, but if they're related to us, there should be some kind of collateral somewhere down the line that they would be able to test into.
Maybe.
Julie, is that feasible, or are we talking extensive record?
Well, are you talking doing a blood test? Is that what you're saying, or?
No, like similar to our collateral descendancy test, Julie, where we say maybe I'm only on the Garden River church record, but we're able to find other historical documents that show maybe I should have been on the Durant record, or maybe I'm related to someone who is on one of those more accurate historical rolls, for lack of a better word. It wouldn't be like we do a blood test necessarily. We would do a historical record search to try to see if someone who was only Garden River church record could trace to another more substantial roll or record.
Right. Well, I tried to do that already. I tried to find them somewhere else. But these people are only on this record. And I don't know, I didn't catch the first part of this presentation, but had we thought about this prior to the rolls opening, I would agree to get rid of this record. But we're in full-blown open enrollment right now, and this is going to cause some families, this is going to be a big uproar in some families because, we got some of them enrolled and some of them are sitting there waiting to be enrolled.
And I did flag that, Julie, and I flagged your memo that you, for lots of reasons, disagree with it for like the logistics. But I did tell the board that straight, legalistic analysis, I would still recommend removing it. I know it's going to cause headaches. I'm not saying the board should or shouldn't do anything. I'm just saying from the legal framework, it's not accurate to have on our code. So we did have that talk briefly in the beginning.
So Julie,
Yeah, I agree, but it's not.
Julie, I have a
I don't know.
question. Do you know how many individuals are enrolled in the Sioux tribe that only trace their ancestry to the Garden River Church roll? No other rolls whatsoever?
I haven't run a report or anything, Austin, but there's hundreds and hundreds of them.
Okay,
There's going to be a lot.
okay. And it's just something that we have to keep under consideration. Lana?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I thought that when we took that Garden River Church records, that it had to be in conjunction with another records to substantiate it. Like you said that you're doing, Julie, that you try to, say, okay, they went to that church. I thought it was a tuition waiver issue when Garden River Church records were accepted. To hear now that it was anybody that went to church, whether they were Native or not, and there's hundreds and hundreds, with what you said earlier is that, that you try to, put the two together and use that record in conjunction. So this is really confusing me.
Well, let me give you the background of that role.
Okay, yep.
it's always been in the mix. But it was, when I first started here in 1992, it was being used, you had to, if you traced to that roll, you also had to be on the Garden River annuity, okay? Which is when the First Nation over there was paid. So that's their annuities, and if you were on the church record, you also had to appear on that other roll. Well, it was being used certain ways for certain families here. And I won't say who they are, but certain families could just trace to the church record and that was fine, and others couldn't. So when I became tribal registrar, I took it to the board because I couldn't work that way. I needed to know how they wanted me to use these books. It was either one way or the other. So in 2011, they separated those roles. They separated the annuities from the church record, and you could trace to either or.
And I thought that was simply to enhance their blood quantum for some reason. In 2011, I think, we'd have to probably look back at that resolution language in the whereases. I know that doesn't mean much, but it kind of gives the description, but, or even watch the meeting. But, yeah, that's a problem.
Well, if I could jump in, if someone can trace their ancestry to another role, then they don't need the Garden River role to become a member of the Sioux tribe. I mean, if we're trying to pad someone's blood quantum for tuition waiver, purposes, that's something differently altogether. The last thing I want to say this, if you can trace your ancestor, that Garden River role.
I just still have the floor because I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around it. Because that's what I remember. It had to be in conjunction with something else, not just on the church record. So anyways, I guess we'll have to walk through it.
Yeah, so as it currently stands, you don't need to have dual, your ancestors don't need to be on multiple rolls if it's just on the Garden River roll. And then I'm assuming if you do have an ancestor on the Garden River roll, they're probably counted as 100% Native American, just like any of the other rolls that we have, Julie?
Yes.
And we have no idea whether or not they're 1% Native American. That's where the issue is, and I know it's messy, and there's no clean answer, but it's, do they get treaty rights? Like if they were to apply for a helper's license through the BIA, would they be able to get a commercial fishing license, a helper's license, anything along those lines?
No.
And that's,
nope.
That's, I think, why the federal government checks on our enrollment. So, it's not without controversy, I admit that completely. Does anyone else have any comments, questions on this issue before Ryan moves on? Okay, we can move on, Ryan.
Okay, so I'm going to bring a reso forward, not yet on Garden River. I want to workshop that more. But some of these other changes that are easy to do, that are duplicative, or I'm drawing a blank right now. Or they have no more force in effect. I'm going to bring a resolution soon to strike those, and I'll set a date where we can talk more about the Garden River roles and how we could potentially amend our code about those. But I won't bring that yet unless the board majority wants me to. Sounds like we have a lot to unravel there. I am concerned. I shared Julie's concern if we don't do something to maybe temporarily pause the Garden River enrollment stuff while we're working through these issues. If we change something down the line, it just makes it that much more messy, right? Not saying that's not a reason not to change it, but we just have to be cognizant of that. So
Makes it really messy, because think of this. Think if you disenroll Garden River, that decreases people's blood quantum. What happens if someone's an undergrad in their last year of college, now they no longer get a tuition waiver? Like, there's no easy answer to this. And unfortunately, I don't think we did things the most clean and efficient way historically.
So we're talking still Garden River Church, right? Did I trace
just Garden River Church.
Band?
Just Garden River Church. No, the Garden River Band is different, and there's different ways we can trace that. The annuity payments and the Durant roll that's a separate issue. No, this is just for that specific church record that doesn't have that data that these other records have. It just has like your name, maybe your date of birth. It doesn't say you're a band or not a band. It doesn't say you're Indian or not Indian. It just says your name and your family. Like a little family group. Yeah.
all set, Ryan?
I'm all set.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, I just have one more, question for this.
Okay, go ahead.
Ryan, have you came across in 2011, have you came across of any legal analysis on this, especially when it was voted upon?
For the Garden River, no, I haven't seen anything like that yet. I'll do some more digging, but I didn't find any old legal memos or anything that analyzed this. I didn't specifically like watch the video or dig through the board files of that year.
Right.
Certainly
right.
can
I
do
think
that.
that would probably be important to have, just for the analysis of it, because I am so confused because I just can't believe that, because non-natives and natives went to Garden River Church. And, but I'll talk to other board members about it too. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Yeah, I think that'd be important.
I'll just say real quick, whether it was the intent or whether the intent was different when we adopted that resolution, the way it got implemented is now that's a standalone item in our code. If you trace their year, remember. So it kind of doesn't really matter what the intent was so much as how we implemented it. 'Cause that's how the code is written and implemented right now. They both matter,
Right,
but like
exactly.
even the intent, if it was different, that would be unfortunate because we implemented it in a totally contrary way if that's the case. So.
Well, and the reality of it is, since this rule goes back to 1856, which is going on 200 years ago, if you have a family that attended that church and you can trace their ancestry almost 200 years ago, you're a Sioux tribe member, and you have no idea whether or not that person was Native American or not, and that's the reality of it. And now it has a real life implication if you boot people out, because it could decrease blood quantum, you could be relying on that to pay for your education. It's really messy.
Yeah.
Yep. Kim.
Wasn't just that church. It's where the records were deposited. Some people did go to it, but I would say the majority of our people that are tracing, their ancestors went to the Holy Angels Church on Sugar Island, Nebish, Detour, Drummond. Anything along the water, it seemed like got deposited there, if he didn't go back to Sault Ste. Marie. Because you will see that that priest deposited records in Sault Ste. Marie and some in Garden River, so they must have been where they had to be deposited because they were not left at those other churches.
Okay, thank you, Kim.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Okay, thanks, Ryan. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll jump into the last item before agenda review. That is MOA with U.S. Corps of Engineers. going to go ahead and resume the workshop. We're on our last item before agenda review, and then there'll be break before the meeting. So that item is MOA with the U.S. Corps of Engineers. Emma, you're on right now, right?
Yes, I am.
Alrighty. If you want to walk us through this, we'd appreciate it. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, of course. So the Sioux Tribe has been working with Bay Mills Indian community on the removal of the obelisk in Brady Park for almost 25 years. And the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has come to an agreement to remove the obelisk after the tribes have provided preliminary feedback on the Corps' project to remove the obelisk as it currently sits on sacred tribal burial grounds at Brady Park in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. And the Corps would like to enter into a memorandum of agreement, or MOA, with the Sioux Tribe and Bay Mills to record how the obelisk removal project will be handled and how cultural items will be handled should they be discovered during any of the obelisk removal activities. This will approve entering into the MOA with the Corps to memorialize the understanding between the tribal nations and the United States Army Corps of Engineers with regard to this project and the protection of culturally significant items.
So in layman's terms, this would be the big structure that looks like the Washington Monument at Brady Park. That's going to be removed because obviously that property is very special to us in Bay Mills. It has historical significance, burial site, and it's going to be removed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Questions or comments from the board? Okay, anything else that we need to be made aware of, Emma?
Yeah, so the pretty much everything above ground is being removed. Below the ground, the foundation of it will not be removed because it's in the ground and all of the disturbance has already been done, and removing that part would just cause more disturbance. So we're just going to mound over it and let it grow with grass.
Okay, go ahead, Kim.
Spirit houses still going to be left there?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else? So we appreciate the update, Emma. We appreciate all the hard work that you've put in on this project and the other ones. Anything else we need to go over?
I'll just add quick, Austin, that legal did review the current draft MOA. It might change slightly from the one that we'll have you sign if this passes, but we built into the resolution that legal will just review the language before you sign it, and just in case anything changes, because it is worded, it's worded with the intent or understanding that maybe the tribes wouldn't agree to it, but if we're going to agree to it, they're going to have to change some wording, but we'll work with them on that. Just wanted to flag that for the board, but that caveat is built into the resolution. So.
Okay, perfect. All right, anyone else? Okay, thank you, Emma. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys, let's set up for agenda review. Is everyone already in?
Everybody's online, yep.
Okay, so I've been informed that all the sponsors of tonight's resolution are in the Zoom room or here presently. So let's walk through them. The first resolution for tonight will be the SCODE project, Forest Service participating agreement, FY 2025 budget modification.
Okay, set. This was workshopped last week. It's just a budget mod. It is eliminating the community engagement position. We discussed that. The reason being that, with Jackie's departure, we were left with not enough money to fund that position for a full another year. And so we've worked with Dr. Kyle White and Sarah Allen, who's a graduate student, who's a Sioux Tribe member, she worked with Jackie all summer. She's going to continue that work and fulfill the obligations of that agreement with the Forest Service through a contract with University of Michigan.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any questions or comments for Eric? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next resolution that we'll cover tonight. Thank you. That would be Education TED Grant Establishment of FY 2026 Budget. And Stephanie Sprecher will cover that for us.
Hi, everybody. This resolution accepts the third grant award from the BIE with a performance date of July 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2026. This budget will fund our existing project specialist position and then as our summer 2025 TED scholarships.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments for Stephanie? Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, so the next resolution that we'll cover for tonight would be Internal Services, Communications, News, FY 2025 budget modification.
Is that me?
That is you.
Okay. Good afternoon. The purpose of the budget modification, which is $31,575.42 for this year, is to reestablish the website administrator position and hire someone. So right now we have no technical support and need a website redesign. And this position is highly technical and highly creative. So I would expect this position to take care of the front end and the back end of our website, redesign it, including replacing the CMS, assist with future website portal, create a new intranet, work with the communications team on whatever needs doing, taking care of all of that kind of thing. And just full disclosure, a full year, if this was to go forward, a full year would be 68,000 plus fringe. Thank you.
Okay, and this would be coming out of tribal support, correct?
Yes.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Going once, going twice. Okay, thank you, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next resolution is ACFS Lodge of Hope authorization to accept bid and enter into contract with Hillcrest Builders.
Hello. So what this resolution will do is just give ACFS authorization to accept the submitted bid from Hillcrest Builders for our concrete and sidewalk repair at the Lodge of Hope. There are 9 specific elements that will be addressed due to disrepair, safety issues, including installing an ADA compliant ramp to get into the office and communal kitchen area. The total amount of the contract is $89,850, and the funding source is Michigan Department of Health and Human Services.
So these would be the funds that we received from the allocation from the state. Any questions,
Yes.
comments from the board? Going once, going twice. Thank you, Megan. We appreciate it. The next resolution is rescind resolution 2017-234 and amend property acquisition policy. Bill, you covering this one for us?
Okay, over the years, we've had varying levels where we have capitalized assets purchased for Sioux Tribe, both in the programs and in the internal and enterprises. And currently, the threshold stands at 5,000. And what we'd like to do is increase that because of increase in costs and those types of activities to 10,000.
Okay, I appreciate it, Bill. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next resolution is approving MOA with USACE. This is the one that we just covered with the Corps of Engineer. Does anyone need to talk about this again? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands coming up, so we'll go ahead and skip that one. The next one would be approving opioid settlement funds for Lodge of Hope.
Thank you. This resolution would authorize $935,658 from our opioid settlement fund balance to go towards operation of the Lodge of Hope. This is in lieu of that same amount that was going to come out of IHS funding, and that this resolution also approves the Housing Authority to modify their housing plan and to reallocate that funding that was going to go to Lodge of Hope into a project to get more housing for our members.
Yeah, and I want to add to that. So the Sioux Tribe, along with a lot of different tribes in the United States, received a lot of funding from the opiate manufacturers as a result of the lawsuit. You know, they pushed that on Americans got addicted, and families were torn apart as a result of that. So we were part of a class action lawsuit that caused us to get several $1 million, and we have to use it in a way that helps offset the effects of substance abuse. So homelessness is a direct result of substance abuse, and it's one of the biggest barriers to recovery. If you're in recovery and if you have felonies, it's difficult to get into housing. It's impossible to get into subsidized housing. So we had our legal department do a legal review to figure out whether or not we could use these funds to help pay the Lodge of Hope's operating costs for a year. The idea is that you save money from the housing authority, which was going to pay for it, and then you can get $900,000 worth of extra unanticipated housing that you were planning on using those funds to pay for the Lodge of Hope, but with opiate settlement funds paying for it, it frees it up for additional houses. And we all know that housing is a huge unmet need within our community, and housing costs have risen so much lately. So does anyone have any questions or comments based on this? It'll save us money, and we'll get more houses out of it. Okay, so we can move on to the next one then, which is Acceptance 2026 Indian Housing Plan.
Hi. We workshopped this a couple weeks ago, and I was asked to make some adjustments, and so I sent this to the Housing Board of Commission yesterday, and they approved it. So the adjustments I made were, we are going to construct a quadplex up at Odinong, as we have buildable land that's ready there. With that, we will plan to do a planning session with the Housing Board of Commission and the Board of Directors, so we can look at long-term plans and other housing options, so that it's not just all income-based. So that was moved under NAHASDA funds. We removed the Lodge of Hope funding, as Austin just explained, and Ryan. And we had overlooked that we needed to update the security cameras in the Hessel Community Center. So we also added that into the Indian Housing Plan. And that's part of a model activity that we have. Also, we'll have the same housing services such as down payment assistance, home rehabilitation, furnace and water heater programs, rental voucher assistance. Those kind of programs are still in the Indian Housing Plan as well.
Awesome. Quick question. What are we going to do with the $900K that we'd be saving from the Lodge of Hope?
That's where we're going to build a quadplex at Odinong.
Okay, that's what the plan is, to build a quad. Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Questions, comments? Isaac.
Hey, Maria, can you tell us the cost of the quadplex and what it cost you in Newberry?
I believe we're up over $1 million for the quadplex in Newberry. I think the infrastructure, we had to run some infrastructure and things like that, and that always adds more to the construction process.
Are those...
So I think it's really important that we do the land development. One thing I did forget to mention is that Director Hampton had reminded us that we had a 10-acre parcel along the Manistee housing site, so I included that in the land planning. So we're looking at architect and engineering for a parcel in Escanaba, Manistee, and Wetmore. So that would include infrastructure, so we could then we'll be able to just build. So that's roads and utilities and things like that.
And you're working with transportation to get that infrastructure in place?
Well, we will be, because we're including them in the site kickoffs and the planning meetings and things like that.
Okay, how many bedrooms in Newberry apartment complex?
It's 2-bedroom.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you, Maria. Thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Next resolution is authorization to enter into a right-of-way grant with Mackinac County for utilities. Veronica, are you on?
Yep.
Hey, could you cover this for us, please?
Yes, I sure can.
All right, thank you.
This is a right-of-way for us to enter into the Savard property. When the tribe built the hospital there, and that land, it landlocked, actually, the Savard property. There's probably about 180 to 200 feet that the tribe has been crossing, but it's actually county property. So legal helped us with these right-of-ways, and that so we can start the project of the roads and infrastructure on the Savard property.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments on this from the board? Okay, thanks, Vern. Appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
Next resolution is with you as well. Authorization to enter into a right-of-way grant with Mackinac County for roads.
Yeah, this one is, the first one was for utilities, and this one is for the roads, just to be able to put a road in from the county road into our property.
Okay, questions, comments? Okay, appreciate it. Next resolution is recruitment and retention of board administrative office positions, right?
So this is a workshop with the board last Tuesday. What this resolution does is in the compensation study, there have been several areas of the tribe in different departments and different positions that were not benchmarked properly. The board has made several tweaks to it recently, one in the court clerk's positions. After that, we also did a fix for the bus drivers in the education department. It's part of our ongoing effort to make sure we implement the compensation study in the way it was intended. This analysis showed that two positions, the board administrator and the executive assistant of the board administrator, were not factored correctly based on the duties that they were performing. This resolution would retitle the executive assistant of that department to assistant board administrator, leave the title of board administrator the same, and re-benchmark those positions. Both of them would end up factoring 2 grids higher than they currently are factored at, and so it would be an increase in compensation. It'd be less than probably 20 grand for the increase.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Can you add the actual savings, because it's not technically going to cost any additional money this year or next?
Yeah, so we discovered when going through the budget that the FICA calculation was off for this budget for this department, and when we corrected that, we're actually saving like 60 grand based on what was budgeted. So it's not actually going to cost any more than what was budgeted. It's going to actually cost less than the total budget.
Okay, Isaac.
Ryan, can you tell me how we're saving money if we're showing a deficit of $14 million?
Let me restate that.
Yeah, that don't really add up to me, right?
Based on what was budgeted and based on the increase of these two positions, it wouldn't affect what was already budgeted by what we thought it was, because it was being over-calculated on the FICA by 60,000, and this increase over this year and next fiscal year is like around 19,000.
Yeah,
that's what I meant when I say.
Yeah, I hope moving forward that everybody realizes when they say we're saving money, we are not saving money because we have an unbalanced budget, period.
Rob.
Okay, so when legal brings this forward, I have to assume that there was things missed with the compensation study of Bluestone, so I'm going to support this. But what I would like to ask is that we have a workshop with our HRs to determine where else this has happened, because what I don't want to do is run into a situation where every department and positions come forward individually to ask for a fix when we need to find a fix that is done by policy and not individualized and not making decisions on an individual basis here on after, which I think is going to happen if we don't address what needs to be fixed altogether. So I think we need a workshop where we actually listen to our HR representatives who specialize in the jobs here, here, and here is where you might run into this problem, and here's our suggestion of how to fix it. I don't think the board should be tasked with fixing this. I think we need to actually listen to the people who can look at the comp study and see where all this has happened in the tribe and find a policy fix for it, rather than in addressing it on an individual basis.
Okay, anyone else? I would agree with that, Ryan, because I mean, like, if we were to pull the entire employees and ask them, okay, what do you do on a daily basis, then match that with their job description, not everything's going to be included, right? Yeah. So we passed that comp study and it increased labor costs for the tribe between $4 and $5 million. So we need to have a system in place to where we look at everyone equally. Otherwise, I think we're going to have that grid messed up all over again.
And I have been, just so the board knows, I have been talking, I believe, Jess Dunbeck also. We've been talking with HR on how we can try to attack this on a more global scale across the government entities. So that is, we are looking at that. There's other stuff that HR is going to bring to the board soon about how to help some of the wage compression issues. That being said, we've had multiple fixes. We've seen multiple times where we've had to come to the board, not me, but different departments to ask for a specific fix. But I agree, we need to figure out if there's a way to alleviate specific fixes and find a fix that can be implemented across the board.
We also have to remember that we don't have a balanced budget, so regardless of how tonight's goes, we need to have some solidarity of how we're going to handle these moving forward, right? So if you have a budget deficit over $10 million, it's probably not the best decision to give another round of raises. So we need to figure out what we can afford for employees moving forward and stick to it.
And departments, we're trying to find ways to work within what was implemented with the wage grid and make sure we appropriately compensate within budget, and also try to make sure we are able to retain and recruit people. And there's some outliers that the board has seen, like this will be the third one this year, and there was one maybe earlier this year too, that we're trying to find a way to work with what we got, but what we got isn't working correctly. So.
How many employees do we have?
How many employees do we have? Oh, it's like, I don't know.
Over 1,000?
Oh, for across all entities or just the government?
Everybody.
It's over 1,000.
So there's going to be more than 3 people. You know what I mean? Just statistically, there's going to be people that didn't have the best adjustment. And we need to figure out how we're going to handle all of them.
The health department had to come to the board to adjust their compensation study that was done by Bluestone.
And Bluestone made recommendations for other pay grids, and the board decided to bring everyone to the mid instead of their years of service in the mid. So yeah. It wasn't the best of situations, but at the end of the day, we still increased labor costs $4 to $5 million, which means more money in our employees' pockets. So. All right, guys, we good on this? Okay, let's move on to the next one then, which is adoption of key employees, authorities, and commissions, and committees' organizational charts.
I guess Jess isn't here, so I'll do this, and Lana can help me. There was a group that the board tasked with kind of looking at key employee onboarding and all kinds of different things with how we can make our structure better. And part of that ongoing effort is to create new organizational charts. Originally today we're asking for the key employee org charts, the authorities and commissions, and then the committees. And if those 3 fall into place, then we can start working on like the whole tribe and get all the committees in place. So the key employee one now delegates, there's a box that has all the key employees that directly go to the board of directors, you all in that capacity. We have the CFO and the CEO of Quaden going to the gaming authority in that capacity, and then the CEO of enterprise would go to the enterprise authority. So these are more accurate now with our current structure. Before they were all lumped in to the board of directors, but that's not entirely accurate. So there's that, and then the commission ones encompasses all the commissions we have, and the committees one encompasses all the committees and shoots it to the top of the chain, which is the board.
And then both the gaming authority and the enterprise authority will be coming forward with their own resolutions to adopt their key employees.
Yeah, if this is adopted tonight, this gives us 60-day timeline for Kuwaitan then to come to the gaming authority to adopt what they need, and then also the same thing with the enterprise authority.
Okay, any questions, comments on this? Okay, let's move on to the next resolution, 10th Amendment to list of key employees.
So this one is in the same vein. This is part of the ongoing effort to take our current structure and memorialize it better to what's actually happening with our tribe. This is going to rescind and update the list of key employees. These are the employees that report directly to the board of directors. And this resolution, probably the biggest change, it takes out the capital projects position, but also only has the governmental key employees. So it has the general counsel, the CEO of government, the CFO of government, the chief judge, the CEO of health services, the CIO, board administrator, and the executive director of gaming commission. Those are all the ones that are part of that government structure that go to the board of directors as the direct reports or direct supervision. And then within 60 days, the Kuwaitan will bring their key employees, the two that they have, to the Kuwaitan Gaming Authority to adopt that. And then the CEO of Enterprise will bring it to the Enterprise Authority. And so as part of our ongoing effort to create better, we've separated a lot of our entities, but we need to take the next step now, and this is part of that next step of making it clearly defined of which entities are separate and who reports to whom. So this is just the governmental key employees tonight.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments? Hearing none, we can move on to the next resolution, which would be amending tribal code.
I have one question.
Okay, go ahead.
So if we amend this tonight, do Kuwaitan and EDC fall out of our employees? Like, how does that work? It does say within 60 days here, but it doesn't say that, like, are they just in limbo for 60 days?
No, so we have in the resolution that this body, the board of directors, acknowledges that the Kuwaitan CEO and the Kuwaitan CFO, as well as the Enterprise CEO, are key employees, but they have to be adopted by their separate governing entity. So it doesn't erase their key employee status, acknowledges them in this second and third, be it further resolved, but then.
But what if we don't adopt them?
Let's hope.
I'm just asking, like, are they like at risk of being in limbo here?
No, I mean, I would hope not. If you didn't adopt them, then I'd be back here in front of the board saying, well, you need to amend this again, and because you chose not to adopt them with your other hats, in your other capacity, you chose not to adopt them as key employees for some reason. So now I need you to re-adopt them as government key employees. I don't anticipate that being an issue, but if it was, we'd have to address it.
I just feel like we should have just gone into Gaming Commission and EDC Commission.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Done them all tonight. We'll get them. They're gonna be having very, very soon.
Danny's having he let you guys know an executive report. These were both workshop last week too, and I know you weren't here, Tyler, but Danny's having his first Enterprise Authority, I don't know what his business board meeting in October. So that's why we were given 60 days. That's going to be one of the first things that he's going to bring forward for that. And then you guys can do the Gaming Authority one anytime, even in the meeting that we have to call for next week if it's.
Yeah, we have to call the Gaming Authority for other reasons soon anyway, so we'll do it soon. Yeah. Within the week or two, probably.
Okay. Was this the 10th Amendment one, Ryan? Okay, that's what
that was the 10th Amendment one.
All right, so let's move on to amending Tribal Code Chapter 20, Great Lakes and St. Mary's River Treaty Fishing Regulations.
So this, excuse me, this resolution was a board directive to the Conservation Committee to try and figure out how we can potentially issue out some of these 7, what we're calling lapse licenses that the tribe has in its legal control and authority, again, that have reverted back to the tribe for various reasons, non-payment or death in the family, and didn't go to an heir. So we have 7 commercial fishing licenses that could be reissued, but right now our code closes any issuance of new licenses. So this revision to Chapter 20 would do 2 things. One, it would create like a lottery system for the issuance of these 7 licenses that has built-in language that the Conservation Committee and the NRD, legal, and law enforcement have to do an analysis each time a lottery is going to go up to see what the biological data shows would be a reasonable and responsible effort to put on the water. And so it's not going to be all 7 licenses up for grabs at once. Right now we're just talking, if this passes, just 2 licenses will be in the lottery, and then we'll reevaluate every year to see how we can increase that if it's appropriate based on the effort and the state of the fishery, et cetera. It would also take our 2 boat license structure we have, small and large right now, and it would create just 1 license for all commercial fishers, and then they would be able to fish based on the type of operation that they chose to buy into, whether it's a tug or a large boat or a small boat.
So if you guys recall, this is something that we tasked the Conservation Committee to do. We wanted to figure out how we could open up more licenses, and this is what they recommended. They recommend that we start doing a lottery for the unused licenses. And like Ryan mentioned, it would take away the boat size that's attached to the type of license that fishermen have. So any questions, comments?
There's one more thing I need
So
to
what are we proposing on doing to start things off? To have a lottery to fill 2 licenses in Lake Superior because that's where there's opportunity?
Yeah, right now we're proposing 2 licenses, limited to Lake Superior, because that's the most healthy and most responsible place to put new effort into. I neglected to say, I apologize, this would also increase the license fees. Right now they're 50 for small, 100 for large. It would be 250 just for anyone to get a license. It does increase the fees.
Okay, so you pay your licensing fee. There's a vacant license. I assume there's going to be an announcement after we get through these 2 right here, right? And then is it similar to an elk or a bear tag? They do a lottery, you know, and they announce the winners?
Yep, so we'll work with law enforcement. They'll get a notice out saying on this date a lottery is going to be held. Here's the application fee, here's the license fee, here's how many licenses, 2 will be available. Here's the restrictions that will be on the license. You can only fish in these areas in Lake Superior, and then they will collect applications and then do a lottery similar to how we do with the other the hunting tags. Correct.
Okay, Clarence, did we miss anything?
I have one more thing.
You're muted, Clarence. We can't hear you.
There is one thing, Chairman. There was a clerical error. There's in 20.102.4, subsection 4, there's supposed to be a C. It got inadvertently deleted. The helper's license, it costs $25 now. It's supposed to remain the same. I'll email you guys if someone wants to do a motion to amend just to put that language back in to make it clear for the record. But C got deleted on accident, and C would say the helper's card is $25, same as the current fee amount.
If you could email the entire board the motion language, that way someone can be prepared to make that motion, we'd appreciate it. Questions, comments for the board on this? Going once, going twice. All right, go ahead, Kim.
When they get the license, they'll know what the restrictions are, correct?
Yeah,
It doesn't have to be in here?
In the notice that goes out, if this gets adopted, we'll start working on when the lottery is going to happen, and we'll get the notice together. In that notice, it will say how many licenses, and this one will be 2, where the restrictions are, so everyone is fully aware before they enter the lottery that if I get this license, I can only go up in Lake Superior. It's not like all the waters of the 1836 treaty waters. Yeah, all that will be up right up front so people know what they're applying for before they apply for it.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, let's move on to issuance of commercial captain's license. Tyler put this on, so if you want to speak, Tyler.
A young man came to us inquiring about a captain license. We know that there are 2 on hold and ready to be open. This is just a fallback in case the first one doesn't pass. I'd like to see this guy get on the water. He's mid-20s. He's a fisherman. He's got commercial experience. He's been a helper on a boat. He's worked in Alaska. He's from this community. So, I know one of the #1 complaints from the fishermen is that there aren't enough young people getting on the water. Well, here's a young person that wants to get on the water and take care of his family. So I'd be willing to pull it if the first one passes and allow the lottery and the data to play out. But either way, that's why I put this on.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, let's move on to amending 2025-213, negotiate and hire government CEO candidate. It lists board of directors as the sponsors, so I can speak on you guys' behalf. So we did a round of interviews for a government CEO. We have a preferred candidate. We need to increase just a little bit more with the salaries that we're offering. It's not a huge amount, but it's a little bit, and it goes beyond what we originally authorized, so we have to revisit it tonight. So any questions, comments? Okay, so we will move on from that. cover amending JKL fiduciary committee bylaws. Isaac, you're listed as a sponsor, so if you want to speak about this.
Yeah, so our bylaws, the meetings were usually closed for JKL. So I had our attorney update the bylaws so they now can be open to the public, so we're more transparent.
If this passes, so that's something that we want to do. Any questions, comments? Okay, so we'll move on from this one and cover directing committees and commissions to adhere to Chapter 96 Open Meetings Ordinance. Isaac, you put this on as well.
Again, be transparent to our membership or citizens. I put this on so we can have more committee meetings open to the public.
Okay, any questions, comments on this? So Ryan, are there any committee meetings that currently aren't open to the public that this will change?
It might change the Housing Commission. I'm not sure how open they are. That one would be one. I did flag for the board when this was first requested that the Conservation Committee, the Enrollment Committee, and the Child Welfare Committee are ones that are currently not opened and unlikely to be able to be opened to the public just because of the confidential nature of those committees. Other than that, I can't specifically think of committees that maybe aren't the JKL Fiduciary Committee, but that has a lot of proprietary information. So there's some committees that we're going to have to, in the resolution it says within 45 days, bring justification for why these committees can't comply with the open meetings ordinance. So there's going to be a handful of commissions and committees that just, because of their nature, won't be able to be fully opened or open to all potentially.
Okay, thank you. Tyler?
So can I ask, we had elders already complaining about this, about whether or not they have to broadcast their meetings, and then how we're going to verify that unit-specific people are attending those, and who's going to verify those. So how would we be doing that?
So
I'm sure it's not just my unit, but you know what I'm saying?
And if I could add to that, Tyler, I spoke to a chair of one of the committees, and they don't want it on YouTube. They feel like putting it on YouTube just creates content, and they're volunteers, and they're discussing things that shouldn't be aired out. So they're supportive of people showing up in person because at the end of the day, you show up to the things that matter, right? But they're not supportive of putting anything like that on YouTube and then lining themselves up to get drugged through the mud by people on the internet.
Yeah, so same thing with those committees. This resolution allows them the opportunity to come and give their justification for why they can't open or they can only open a little bit. Nothing in our law mandates that any of these commissions or committees, or even technically the board of directors, has to be streaming. The board of directors has chosen to do that, and it's been a practice forever. We used to do it on TV, right? I remember watching it on public access cable. But these committees are not mandated to stream their meetings. If they chose to do so because they thought it would be prudent or helpful to them, that's something they can decide and discuss with the board. But this would just mean like they open it up so people can come in person to be at those different committee meetings, but nothing mandates that they have to be online or streamed in any capacity.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Any questions and comments from anybody else? Rob?
So a couple of things here, just real quick. So when it comes to Chapter 96, I agree that most committees, other than child welfare and a couple other ones, need to be closed due to the confidential nature of what they're dealing with. But to a larger issue, I think that Chapter 96 needs to be revisited by workshop with membership input to put some more strict guidelines around when the board itself can go into closed and when individual committees can go into closed, because I think it's just too loosely used. So I think that members have the right to view their government in action, and we need to very narrowly refine when any committee or the board itself can go into closed. So I'd like to revisit that on a workshop. And then another thing I'd like to point out is that I agree that all committees should adhere to Chapter 96, so the membership has a right to. And I also agree with the chairman's statements of that these committees, they should have the right to not have their stuff aired out on YouTube because that's to the general public. But to that point, I also believe that this needs to be followed with a resolution that if we're going to have each committee adhere to Chapter 96, that we need to find an avenue for all of our at-large members to be able to participate as well. So I think that we need to verify that they're Sioux Tribe members, but they need to have a right also to attend these meetings, because we can't say we're going to adhere to Chapter 96, have an open meeting, but you have to be in person when 60% of our membership resides outside of the units.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you everyone. So let's move on to, so this is the resolution that they're proposing adding tonight. So it's titled Authorizing a Memorandum of Understanding with the Global Land Restoration Fund. So they presented earlier this afternoon to us. And this is just an MOU so they can start the process of fundraising to help us try to acquire additional land for us. So we had the natural resources here earlier today, along with the director from the Global Land Restoration Fund. Does anyone have any questions or comments on this? So I'm going to ask this question when the meeting begins, but is anyone opposed to waiving the rules and adding this tonight? Okay, I appreciate it. All right, so that concludes all of the resolutions on for tonight. Yeah. Got a little bit more to work through, though. I got new business. Oh, under new business. Okay. So under new business, we have committee appointments. And let's see here. In Unit 5, looks like they're trying to fill a Unit 5 elder seat with Marie Kinville. Any discussion there? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the enrollment committee. They're looking to appoint Scott LaVictor. Any questions there? Okay, so no questions there. Does anyone have board concern for this evening that we can do right now? Is that what you wanted to talk about, Kim?
On the one resolution for the media, I thought she said that for the year it'd be 68,000 for tribal support, but when you look at is it the RIS? Looks like it's 96.
So she said it would be $31,000 to finish the fiscal year. It would be $68,000 for a calendar year, and then you have fringe attached to that. So it might be because of the fringe that's
Okay.
added. So the true cost through tribal support would be about 90 grand, we're thinking.
Okay, and then I just don't feel, what's going on with this obelisk? I've listened, I'm not sure what's going on, like, why are they removing it? It's on the historical preservation,
So Emma is
national thing.
Yeah, so Emma's not on here, I would assume, because, it's a historical sacred site to us. You have a lot of our ancestors that are buried there, that have been buried there, and what does that structure add? You know what I mean? Like, are we advocating for the city of Sault Ste. Marie? If we are, it looks really cool, but for a tribal leader, if our repatriation specialist is saying that, it interferes with that property, I don't have any issue with it.
But if I'm reading it wrong, it says that obelisk is on the locks. Like could they just come up and tell us we got to remove our stuff too?
I don't know. We could talk to Emma about it when she's on this evening.
Yeah, I would just like to make sure on that, if you could ask her that, because it looks like nobody's signing on to this.
Yeah, we can ask and find out.
So this is a thing saying, yes, remove it.
That's my understanding. I believe Bay Mills has the same position.
So why aren't we signing on to say, yes, remove it?
That's what this does.
So, yeah, the Army Corps of Engineers has pretty much done their analysis on whether it should be removed or not. With or without us signing this MOA is likely to be removed. What this MOAU does in part is it allows us to, if they, I know Emma said earlier a lot of the remains and ancestors were the disturbance already happened, right? But if there's other cultural artifacts or ancestral remains found, then it has a trigger mechanism in the MOA that would alert us in Bay Mills so we could help to culturally appropriate appropriately repatriate those remains or make sure that they are safeguarded. So that's in part what this MOA does. Because the project, in my understanding, is going to move forward regardless. This is our way, and Bay Mills, I believe, is also signing on to this, of just making sure that we have some kind of role to play and to protect our ancestors that are buried there.
See, my concern is the Army Corps of Engineers is removing it. And it's right in the center of our burial ground that we put the fence around, correct? The obelisk is in there. So what's to stop them? I mean, this says, yeah, if you do find something, everything stops. But why are they removing it? What's their reasoning for removing it?
It's on an old Indian burial ground. I don't know.
But
beyond
why
that.
would the Army Corps of Engineers care about that? We should be the ones who initiated
It
this.
might have been from advocacy from us. It might have been from advocacy from Bay Mills. I don't know if Emma's
I
not
don't
on,
eat, that's
so.
why I said all of a sudden, it's like if they can just come and take that,
Yeah.
it just makes me leery.
Well, I like it. You know what I mean? I like it being gone. You know what I
Right,
mean?
I'm okay with it, I'm just afraid that they can just do that on that piece that we have fenced off. What's
Well,
to
let's
stop
talk
them
with
from-
them about it.
I'm pretty sure we initiated it some time
Did-
ago.
Okay, that's what I wanna
Most
know.
likely,
If
yeah.
we did, then I'm okay with it,
Yep.
but I'm thinking, when we put the fence around it, it was almost like we were gardening.
Great.
I sent Emma an email and she's jumping back into the meeting if you guys want to have her
Okay.
answer now.
Okay.
I told her just to be ready.
Yeah, what initiated it? Like, did we, years ago, like Isaac said, maybe we did, you know?
Hey, Emma, can you hear me?
Hi, Austin.
Hey, we want to circle back on the resolution that you're sponsoring this evening regarding the, I can't even pronounce the word, the Washington Monument,
Obelisk.
basically.
The obelisk.
Yeah. So Director Kim Gravel has some follow-up questions, if you don't mind answering them for her.
Sure.
Is your mic on, Kim? There you go, yep.
I was wondering what initiated the removal of the obelisk. Was it the Army Corps of Engineers, or did the tribes bring it up years ago?
Yeah, so the tribes opposed it when it first went in. I mean, like, it was on
Okay, I'm
our
good.
sacred burial sites. We always knew that those were our burial sites. We've always disapproved it, like, as a people. But the tribes have been working on it for, Sioux Tribe and Bay Mills have been working on it with the Corps to get it removed as federally recognized agencies for the last 25 years.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
They finally got with the time,
Thank you.
right, Emma?
Yep.
All right, thank you, appreciate it. Does anyone have any board concerns for this evening that we can cover right now and get everyone out of here on time? Yeah, go ahead, Kim.
Did anyone respond to Tyler Detloff about the flag in the NMU Superior Dome? The message was sent to us on September the 8th.
So what is the request?
He wanted to get a flag from us so that it could be displayed in the NMU Superior Dome.
We already gave him one.
I
So
gave
he
him-
has a flag.
That's taken care of?
Yeah, that was done quite some time ago, I think during
Crossing that
commencement.
off. I thought that was one from a while back, yeah, but it was.
Yeah, that would have been handled in May.
That was letting you guys know of the date that they selected, because the last time he was here,
Okay,
we talked about a date that would work so more board members could attend.
okay.
So they picked December something.
And then, has there been any update on the Schoolcraft County Sheriff situation?
I'm not aware what the situation is. Oh, yeah, now I remember. I haven't gotten an update, but we can follow up with law enforcement.
Okay.
I have a small update if you guys want. I
Yeah,
meant to email you, but we got sidetracked. So the Schoolcraft County Sheriff, I think on Monday, yesterday, yeah, officially gave notice in writing. They hadn't done that before for to trigger that 60-day notice to get out of the cross-deputization agreement that we were talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. Jess Dunback and I were discussing how best to approach this. The prosecutor over there, the health director of the hospital, there's a lot of different entities that rely on our Sioux Tribe law enforcement that are very upset that this is being canceled. So we need to talk with the board at some point what our approach needs to be. I don't want to do too much in open session because it's kind of like litigation style strategy a little bit, but we're working on what our path should be, whether that's a PR approach or putting pressure on it with help of other interested parties to figure out if we can salvage this or what the next steps need to be. And we can talk about this if we want next Tuesday in closed, because it'd be kind of like a litigation update, and I could be more free with my words then.
Well, not only that, it talks about our the government relationship with the Schoolcraft County Sheriff's Department.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
I had a Shack board member reach out to me and they would like to collaborate with the Sioux Tribe Shack's representatives. Do we have any Shack representatives? They said they heard that there was going to be 2 navigators hired.
So we haven't hired navigators yet. I don't know if we have any representatives for Shack. So for those of you guys that don't know, Shack is basically healthcare services for like Sioux High students, basically. And I assume middle school and elementary students as well. But I don't know if we have a partnership with them. We can find out though.
Okay, and they wanted to know if they could meet with like James to discuss expanding the services, because if they could get more people on it, that would be more third-party revenue, because they said a lot of them were native.
Yeah, I think that would be an excellent topic to bring up at his next executive report, and then we can set something up.
Make a connection? Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, Bridget?
Okay, just a couple quick things. Lana, if you have time on next week's agenda, if we could possibly have some time to discuss that proposal for Mackinac County that I sent you guys in the email about the schools. The other thing is there should be, hopefully any day now, we should receive an MOU from the city of Mackinac Island when I brought up to you guys the burial grounds up there. So I will, as soon as I see that, I'll send that on to you guys as well. Just wanted to say that Shack, unless it's something different, I think is an insurance program through the UP. I don't think it's just to the Sioux, because I'm pretty sure we got people, but I can't think of what the CHAC actually stands for, but I'm pretty sure it's a UP thing. But that's it. Thanks.
You're probably right, Bridget. I just know about it existing in the Sioux.
Next week's agenda is jam-packed, you guys, and I don't know how I could move anything around on that, unless we're welcome to stay after 5 o'clock. I mean, I could put it on for 5 o'clock, Bridget, if the board doesn't object.
Why don't I take a look at the agenda when I get to the office tomorrow? Maybe there's some things that we can shorten up a little bit. I mean, some stuff we might be able to fly through, but if not, maybe we can elect to take something off that agenda, put it on a different one, or we'll just have to put it on an agenda when we have some time.
Or put it on the back burner. I know we sometimes get done quicker. You know, it's not a crisis, but I think it's important to the schools.
Yep, we'll do our best to get it addressed next Tuesday. Okay, does anyone else have a board concern they want to talk about? All right, guys, then we will be on recess for an hour until 5 o'clock. Oh, Rob. Go ahead, Rob.
Could we get a quick update from the legal department on where we are after the discussions at the election commission meeting on the constitutional amendment to separate the powers of government and adhering to the timeline set at the Lansing meeting?
So Lana has informed me that it's on the agenda for next Tuesday.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, guys, break until 5.
Anybody hear me now?
Mr. Hudak, we can.
Hear me now.
There we go.
I can hear you, Clarence.
Can you hear me, Bridget?
I can hear you. Yeah.
I wonder why the board can't.
I can hear you,
Can
Clarence.
the board hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you can hear me now.
Yep.
Well, you couldn't hear me earlier, so I adjust my microphone here, so.
We can hear you just in time to tell you, jump off of this link. We're gonna log into the meeting link at about 4:30.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Clarence. See you at 5.
Yep.
ahead and open up this meeting. I'm going to call it to order. We'll start with roll call, please.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel. Lana Cosley Smith. Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Rob McGrory.
Here.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Michael McCurchie.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Here.
And I know I let Lana into the meeting room. I don't know if she can hear.
Okay. Well, regardless, we have a quorum. I'd like to find out whether the board has any objections to adding the following resolution to tonight's agenda. It's titled Authorizing a Memorandum of Understanding with the Global Land Restoration Fund. This was a resolution that we workshopped earlier today. Are there any objections to adding it to tonight's proposed agenda? And obviously doing so would require a waiving of the rules. Are there any objections? Okay, hearing no objection, we will add it to the proposed agenda. And if we pass the agenda, then it will be the first thing that we vote on tonight, so we can let staff out early. So with that, we have the following items on tonight's proposed agenda. We have membership participation, minutes from 9/2/25, and the following resolutions. The first is the one that we waived the rules to add. It's titled Authorizing a Memorandum of Understanding with the Global Land Restoration Fund. We also have the Escode Project Forest Service FY25 budget modification. We have TED Grand Established FY26 budget. We have Communications FY25 budget modification. We have Lodge of Hope contract with Hillcrest Builders. We have rescind Resolution 2017-234 and amend property acquisition policy. We have approve MOA with USACE. We have approve opiate settlement funds Lodge of Hope. We have accept 2026 housing plan. We have authorized right-of-way Mackinac County utilities. We have authorized right-of-way Mackinac County roads. We have recruit/retain board administrative positions. We have adoption of organizational charts. We have 10th Amendment to list of key employees. We have amend Chapter 20 treaty fishing regulations. We have issuance of commercial captain's license. We have amend 2025-213 hire governmental CEO. We have amend JKL fiduciary committee bylaws. We have direct committee/commissions to adhere to Chapter 96, and we have committee appointments. So Isaac made a motion to accept the agenda.
Support.
And it's supported by Tyler. Any discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and the agenda is adopted. That brings us to...
Austin,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I got booted off my iPhone, so I just wanted to reflect I was here.
Okay.
I didn't get to tone in. Okay, thank you.
Yep, Lana's here. All right, so that brings us to the first item for this evening, which is membership participation. So if you guys want to speak to the board of directors, this is your opportunity to do so. If you do, please fill out a membership participation form. We have them out in the audience. Just as a couple rules, members are allowed to speak to us for 5 minutes. It typically isn't a back and forth exchange or debate or anything like that. If you guys have questions, we will utilize our member liaison to come up with the answers and get back with you guys in writing. That way all the information is accurate. So I have one participation form thus far. It is from Vicki Carr-Walden. So Vicki, if you want to come up, you can have your 5 minutes.
Vicki, just hit the power button until it turns green at the top, please. There you go.
Okay, oh, there is the green, okay. Sorry about that. Austin always reminds me because I talk too much. So anyways, I want to say thank you for you all to be here today. And I think that sometimes we forget that others have needs too in our communities. And sometimes just the needs of our community here is not the same needs in other communities. And so at this point in time, it seems like there's a lot of green-eyed monster going around. And there's a lot of arguing back and forth about that, is because what if one place gets something and the other community doesn't? No? Everybody should be equal here, but not all your needs are equal. But there's a lot of arguing about all this stuff. So I want to, just simple little things. Like, I read in the newspaper, our tribal paper, a unit report, and I don't remember who the gentleman was on the board, that actually went to, I think it was Ohio, and retrieved a trailer that had been stolen, and yet there was arguments and things saying, that maybe he did that just for the votes of it all, and that's why a lot of things get done, is because you guys are just politicians, and that's what you're doing. And I know that that's not true, and I'm okay. Sorry. Get Phil's microphone. Yeah. Anyways, so I want to say thank you, and I want to say thank you for everything that you do. Today I received 12 sewing machines so that we can do cultural sewing and such. There's more stuff to come. Thank you for that. Chairman Lowe's came to our picnic, our elders picnic. We had a couple of ladies that didn't even recognize you. And how come and why were you here? It's because you come and interact. It's the same like with Tyler. And I think everybody does interact within their units. At least that's what I hear. So, and again, I want to tell you thank you, because you guys are very approachable and you guys really do care on the level. Again, what you care about doesn't necessarily mean it's just what should be cared about across all 7 counties here. So we're not all equal in our needs. But I want to tell you thank you for what you do for us. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Vicki. Appreciate it. Does anyone else want to address the board at this time? Going once, going twice. Okay, so we'll move on from there, and we'll move on to minutes. So I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the minutes from 9/2 of 25.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac.
Support.
And support by Tyler. Is there any discussion whatsoever on the minutes? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote on them. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries and those minutes are adopted. That brings us to resolutions, and we'll start with the one that we waived the rules to add for this evening. It's titled Authorizing a Memorandum of Understanding with the Global Land Restoration Fund.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors hereby approves a memorandum of understanding between the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians and the Global Land Restoration Fund as presented, and authorizes the execution of said MOU on behalf of the tribe. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman to execute any and all documents after legal department review to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Okay, is there a motion? Motion by Tyler and support by Isaac. Danny, could you explain to our membership what this resolution is? This is something that we workshopped today.
Okay. The purpose of this resolution is to approve and authorize the execution of a memorandum of understanding between the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians and the Global Land Restoration Fund. The MOU establishes a formal partnership to advance ecological resilience, jointly identify and pursue opportunities for land and water acquisition, to establish Anishinaabe stewardship practices, and secure funding and partnerships that strengthen the well-being of Anishinaabe communities.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And to expand, what we want to do is we want to do business with the Global Land Restoration Fund. It's a nonprofit that basically works with tribes to increase their land base, in a nutshell. So the Sioux Tribe has a lot of members, but we're obviously a very land-poor tribe, and part of our long-term goal is to increase the amount of land that we have. So with that, are there any board members that have any comments or questions? Okay, Tyler?
Yeah, I'll just say this was presented to us earlier in our workshop, and it's a great opportunity, and hopefully we can see something come out of this in the next couple of years.
I appreciate it. Anybody else? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thanks, Danny. Safe travels home. All right, the next resolution is TED Grant Establish FY26 Budget. my bad, sorry. Let me backtrack a little bit. The resolution that we're on is Ishkode Project Forest Service FY25 budget modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves FY 2025 budget modification to Ishkode Project Forest Service participating agreement for an increase in Federal Department of Agriculture monies of $9,182.79. No effect on tribal support.
Motion
Support.
by Isaac and support by Tyler. Eric?
Hello, Eric Clark, Director for the Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience. This is a budget mod to an agreement we have with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to implement community engagement work around our Tribal Forest Protection Act agreement with them. Sorry, that's a lot of agreements in one sentence. This will authorize us to negotiate a contract with the University of Michigan to advance our qualitative data analysis and work to bring all of the community perspectives that we've been eliciting with community members out around the Ishkode project and sort of turn that into management recommendations and fulfill the requirements of that agreement.
Okay, appreciate that. You mind if I inform the membership what the Ishkode project is?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
All right, so we have an MOU with the Hiawatha National Forest where we co-manage the eastern section of those forests. It's about 400,000 acres, and we do a controlled burn. We did our first one this year. It was conducted in the Betchler Marsh area, and what it really does is it utilizes indigenous knowledge to better manage our forests. So our people historically did controlled burns, and it made it easier to hunt. It made it easier for certain plants to grow, and that's something that we want to get back to. So this budget modification adjusts the staff that help run that program in a nutshell. So any questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, roll call please.
Larry,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Gervell, Isaac, Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Sean,
Yeah.
Lana,
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate it. The next resolution is TED Grant Establish FY26 Budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of a FY 2026 budget for TED Grant with federal BIA revenue monies of $131,005.93. No effect on tribal support.
Motion by Isaac and support by Tyler. Stephanie, could you cover this resolution for our membership, please?
Yes, good evening. Stephanie Sprecher, Education Director. This resolution accepts the third grant award from the BIE with a performance date of July 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2026. This budget will fund our existing project specialist position as well as TED scholarships for the summer 2025 semester for eligible students.
Okay, appreciate it. Any questions, comments from the board? So this is to help manage the TED grant, which is basically a scholarship for higher education students. So if you attend college, you're eligible to receive this, and this is just to help staff that program. Last chance, Kim?
Also funds trade school scholarships.
Yes, it does. Good catch. Anything else? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Bridget,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Michael, Kimberly Gervell, Sean,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Isaac, Rob,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes. Yes.
thank you.
And motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is Communications FY25 Budget Modification.
Be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves FY 2025 budget modification to communication news for an increase in tribal support monies of $31,575.42.
Motion by Kim,
Support.
Support by Tyler. Jennifer Dale Burton, could you please inform our membership what this resolution is?
Certainly. Jennifer Dale Burton, Communications Director. The purpose of this budget modification is to reestablish the website administrator position and hire someone. Right now, we have no technical support and need a website redesign. The position is highly technical and highly creative, and this position would take care of the front end and the back end of our website, redesign it, including replacing the CMS, assist with the future website portal, create a new intranet, and work with the communications team on whatever needs doing.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any discussion from the board? Going once, going twice? I will state something then. So I would genuinely be supportive of this position, but it's difficult for me to do so right now due to the budget situation that we have. It's no secret that we don't have a balanced budget, and I don't feel comfortable adding positions when we may have to take steps to balance the budget. So it isn't that I don't support this. It isn't that I don't think this is a valuable service to our membership, but I'd like to postpone it until we can afford it. I don't know if the board of directors feels the same way. We also hired a CIO that might be able to provide some technical assistance, and it might be cheaper to contract the rebuilding of our website out. So that's the only angle where I'm coming from. So that, does anyone have any questions, comments? Okay, Tyler.
I'll make a motion to table.
Okay, so we have a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, so there's a motion and second to table, which suspends debate. Roll call on that, please.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Isaac. Yes. Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
No.
Bridget. Aaron.
Sorry, Lana. Yes, or Lana.
I'm sorry, Aaron.
No.
Tyler.
Yes.
Lana.
No.
Michael. Larry.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel. 7 yeses, 5 noes.
Okay, 7 yeses, 5 noes, so that motion to table successfully passes. So we'll move on to the next resolution, which is Lodge of Hope contract with Hillcrest Builders.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute any and all documents necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, intent, and administration of this resolution, including but not limited to the ability and authority to implement any budgetary changes administratively without the need for formal Board of Director budget modifications. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to enter into and execute the contract and any supporting documents with Hillcrest Builders to fulfill the intent of this resolution.
Okay, is there a motion? All right, motion by Isaac,
Support.
and there's support by Larry. So Megan, could you fill in our membership on this resolution, what it does, please?
Good evening. Megan Miller, Program Director with ACFS Direct Services. What this resolution will do is it authorizes ACFS to accept the bid submitted by Hillcrest Builders, enter into a contract for the concrete, sidewalk, and partial parking lot repairs at the Lodge of Hope. These repairs are needed for safety reasons, and some of the concrete is crumbling, and just overall these projects are needed. There are 9 specific elements in this project of things that will be repaired, replaced, or added, including an ADA compliant ramp to get into the main office and the communal space of the shelter. The funding source is the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and the contract amount is $89,850.
Thank you, Megan. Any questions or comments from the board? So in Sault Ste. Marie, we have a homeless shelter. We call it the Lodge of Hope. So we received an appropriation from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services to cover the operating costs of the shelter, and we're using a portion of those funds just to put in some improvements to make it ADA compliant. That way you can get wheelchairs up into the main building. So any questions, comments, guys? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Kimberly Gravel. Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Isaac.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is rescind Resolution 2017-234 and amend property acquisition policy.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby rescinds Resolution 2017-234. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves amending the attached property acquisition policy.
Motion by Kim and support by Isaac. Mr. Connolly.
Bill Conley, interim CFO. This resolution will do a couple of things. It rescinds an 8-year-old resolution dealing with the acquisition of property and equipment, and it replaces it with an up-to-date acquisition policy, and also raises the threshold for capitalization of property and equipment from $5,000 to $10,000.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. The next resolution is approve MOA with USACE.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves entering into this MOA with USACE, subject to the final approval of the tribe's legal department. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the tribal chairman or his designee to execute the MOA with USACE. Be it finally resolved that this resolution shall be effective immediately.
We have a motion from Isaac
Support.
and support from Tyler. Emma, could you please explain what this resolution is to our membership?
Yeah, of course. The Sioux Tribe has been working with Bay Mills Indian community on the removal of the obelisk for almost 25 years, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has come to an agreement to remove the obelisk after the tribes have provided preliminary feedback on the Corps' project to remove the obelisk, as it currently sits on sacred tribal burial grounds at Brady Park in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. The Corps would enter into a memorandum of agreement, or MOA, the Sioux Tribe and Bay Mills to record how the obelisk removal project will be handled and how cultural items will be handled should they be discovered during any of the obelisk removal activities. This will approve entering into the MOA with the Corps to memorialize the understanding between the tribal nations and the USACE with regard to this project and the protection of culturally significant items.
Okay, thank you, Emma. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is approve opioid settlement funds, Lodge of Hope.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves $935,658 to be allocated from the opioid settlement funds to help operate the Lodge of Hope and continue combating the homelessness and opioid use epidemics. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors and the Housing Authority previously allocated $935,658 from the tribe's federal housing funds to support the operation of the Lodge of Hope, and hereby allocates those housing funds towards housing activities to create more housing for the tribal members in need. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby approves the Housing Authority to modify their proposed federal housing plan to modify the housing activity that previously funded the Lodge of Hope to now fund additional housing projects. Be it finally resolved that this resolution shall be effective immediately. Motion.
Okay, a motion from Isaac and support by Tyler. Ryan, could you explain this resolution to our membership,
Who
please?
wrote that resolution? That was a mouthful. It was me, sorry, it was
you?
me. So this resolution is going to allocate $935,000 to the Lodge of Hope through the opioid settlement funds. The Board of Directors asked the legal department to see if this would be an allowable use of our opioid settlement funds, and it is. So now instead of the federal housing funds covering that. They can be allocated now to building housing projects, and we'll use opioid settlement funds, at least for this next year, to fund the Lodge of Hope.
Thank you. And to expand on that, so the Sioux Tribe was plaintiffs in the class action lawsuit against the opiate manufacturers, and we received the funds that we call the opiate settlement funds. So you have to use those funds in a way that offsets the effects of substance abuse. And one of the effects of substance abuse is homelessness. So we made a decision, hopefully, if this passes, to use a portion of those funds to pay the operating costs of our homeless shelter for 1 year, and then use the funds that we were going to use from our housing authority to build more houses. It's estimated if this passes, we'll get about 4 units of additional housing. And in full transparency, next year I'm going to recommend doing the same thing. If we can get 4 units of housing every single year, you know, it accomplishes a couple different things. It puts a roof over people's head, and it makes it easier for people to access the services that we need. So I have a couple hands up. Aaron, then Lana.
So I just want to say that there for the grace of God go I. I'm grateful that I don't have an addiction problem, but a lot of my family members do, and a lot of our community members do. And I just really appreciate the compassion with having a homeless shelter. We need to take a revisit, and we are already talking about it with housing. I know you guys met about that today, about how can we better accommodate our members and not punish them for the rest of their life, but how can we help them when they need help the most. They need our compassion and care, not our judgment. So I really appreciate, Austin, you bringing this forward in the first place, but also finding a way to relieve those funds so we can build more houses. And I think this is the absolute perfect reason for us to use those OPIA funds. So thank you.
Lana?
Yeah, I think you answered my question, because it's going directly into the administration services of it. I was wondering, when I first seen it, I was wondering about a plan that they have for services, but my understanding is the staff from the MAC clinic do go there and service them that are there?
No, staff from the MAT clinic don't go to the Lodge of Hope. So we have some residents of the Lodge of Hope that receive services due to HIPAA. I don't know how many or who, but you know, it's pretty common. You know what I mean? If you struggle with substance abuse, it's difficult to hold a job. You're not allowed to live in subsidized housing for a certain amount of time. It's just difficult.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I think that MAC clinic is one of the best options that we have right now, and we've had in a very long time. Yeah, we couldn't get a recovery center, but that is the next best thing at this point that I see. But that's what I wanted to know, if it was going directly in administration just to fund it for them to stay there. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, I don't see any more hands, so we'll vote, and do the amount, we'll do roll call vote.
Sean?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Bridget? Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, everybody. The next resolution is accept 2026 housing plan.
Now therefore be it resolved, the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors approves the 2026 Indian Housing Plan, grant number 55-IH-26-54680, as presented, and does hereby request funding. Is somebody talking? Request funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Be it further resolved, the Sioux Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors and the Sioux Tribe Housing Commission does agree to follow the HUD-approved Indian Housing Plan in order to provide housing opportunities. Be it finally resolved, the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority Director is authorized to submit the 2026 IHP in the HUD Online GEMS system. Support.
So we have a motion from Isaac and support by Tyler. Maria, could you explain this resolution to our membership, please?
Sure. I'm Maria Mangine. I'm the interim housing director. So this resolution approves the final submission to HUD of the 2026 Indian Housing Plan. Some of the highlights in the plan: we are going to construct an elder quadplex at the Odinung housing site. This is possible because we were able to remove the Lodge of Hope funding and use it for that instead. We're gonna do some land development plans for site development with utilities and roads and things like that at parcels in Escanaba, Manistee, and Wetmore. The Hessel Community Center will receive a bathroom remodel and a security camera update. And then we'll apply for a housing tax credit to fund a 36-unit supportive housing apartment complex to house tribal members that face housing barriers. And we also see this as the next step from the homeless shelter for some residents there. We will also have our normal yearly funded services, down payment assistance, rental voucher program, home rehabilitation for some water heater replacements. And then we always, a priority of Nahasda is maintaining what we already have. So we always need to plan to maintain all our rental units. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Maria. Any questions, comments? I have one question, Maria. When will we find out whether or not the tax credit application has been accepted or rejected?
Okay, so we're applying in April. There was some things that we couldn't get. We were thinking about, well, we were hoping to be able to apply in October, but we're not going to meet that deadline. There was some things that we didn't get completed that were needed for the tax credit application. So we are kind of refocusing back on those things that we need to get taken care of, and some of them were MOUs and things like that, and then we need to get the permission from the tribal board to apply and certain things like that. So we anticipate that, I believe it's March, I want to say March funding round, and then I think usually it's normally a month or so out from there we'll know if we're funded or not.
So April or May, we'll find out whether or not we have the funding for that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good.
But we have if I may mention that, we did apply for a COC Builds grant, and if we're funded for that, it's 11 million towards this project, and also a 2.75 million from MISHDA towards the supportive housing unit. So we may not need as many tax credits as we thought, but we'll, that'll be all determined.
Okay, I appreciate that. I see Lana's hand up. Go ahead, Lana.
Yeah, Maria, I just wanted to make a comment. I've seen a lot of the housing plans throughout the years, and I just appreciate the staff and the commission that you guys, put a well thought out plan together. And I also like to hear and see that there's another step after the Lodge of Hope that you guys are looking forward to. And I just really think that's good, because that's one of the very first questions we had. What happens after the Lodge of Hope? And having that vision past that is a very good thing. So I just want to say I appreciate you guys and what you do. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, roll call, please.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is authorize right-of-way Mackinac County utilities.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes its chairman and its treasurer to negotiate and execute any document relating to the easement of right-of-way grant for construct, test, maintain, inspect, alter, repair, replace, operates, and remove pipes from both above and below ground for the transportation of utilities, including but not limited to natural gas, water and sewer lines, electrical lines, fiber optic, intended to access the land for the following property within Mackinac County. Property description: parcel number, the north half of the southeast quarter of section 1, town 40, North Range 4 West, Moran Township, Mackinac County, state of Michigan.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac and support by Bridget. Vern, could you explain this resolution to our membership, please?
I told her I would do it for her.
Or Maria, that's fine too.
Yeah. So, due to the construction of the Mackinac Straits Hospital, we find in St. Ignace, we find ourselves a little bit landlocked at the Savard property where we're developing infrastructure at. So this resolution allows the right-of-way with Mackinac County to provide the utilities to the property. So we're gonna run the utilities across their property.
Okay, sounds good, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries, thank you. The next resolution is authorized right-of-way Mackinac County roads.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes its chairman and its treasurer to negotiate and execute any document relating to the easement of right-of-way grant for roads intended to access the land for the following property within Mackinac County. Property description, parcel number, the north half of the southeast quarter of Section 1, Town 40, North Range 4 West, Moran Township, Mackinac County, State of Michigan.
Motion by Isaac and support by Tyler. Maria, could you explain this resolution as well?
Yes, this is the same thing, only, well, it's a different resolution, but we need also a right-of-way for the roads. So the roads and utilities have to be separate.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you, Maria. The next resolution is recruit/retain board administrative positions.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the Board Administrator position to be adjusted based on HR benchmarking standards from exempt level 4 to exempt level 6, with corresponding compensation to be budgeted at the minimum of the E6 wage range. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the Board Administrator's executive assistant position to be retitled to assistant board administrator and adjusted based on HR benchmarking standards from exempt level 1 to exempt level 3, with corresponding compensation to be budgeted at minimum of the E3 wage range. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the restructure of the Board Administration Office pursuant to this resolution to include job description updates, title change, and compensation changes as detailed in the attached RIS, including a one-time waiver of any, of any something?
Okay, does anyone else need this read to them? This is something that we've workshopped a couple times. Okay, it doesn't look like the Board of Directors need it read to them. So is there a motion and a second?
Motion.
Motion by Tyler and support by Kim. Go ahead, Ryan.
So this resolution will re-benchmark these two positions. When we did our comp study with Bluestone, there's been several holes in that study and the implementation thereof that the board has recently done fixes for, including with the court and with the bus drivers for education. This is another one of those instances where we found two positions that based on their duties and the things that they were doing were not benchmarked correctly. So this resolution would benchmark them at the new grid levels that HR has helped to determine where they should be at. And will also retitle the executive assistant of the board administrator to assistant board administrator to be more in line with the actual duties that that position is doing.
Okay, appreciate that. I have a few hands up, so I'll call on Rob, Aaron, then Lana.
So I just want to make a couple of statements here. One, first and foremost, that I believe Ryan brought this forward in good faith in advocating for employees who were missed within the comp study. I see what our board administrator and assistant do on a daily basis, and I can't compliment them enough on how good of a job they do. It really does help, and they are high level employees. I really appreciate everything they do. With that said, I think that we need to evaluate how we bring these things forward. I think that it should be brought forward as a tribal-wide level. As Ryan stated, we had a few issues that we had to correct already, so this isn't the first one. I don't believe it'll be the last. I think that this opens the door for all departments to bring forward recommendations to adjust compensation based on missed job description updates within the comp study, and rightfully so. So I think that the proper way to address this should be with our HR departments in a workshop and determining where at in the tribe as a whole that this has occurred, and then correct it all at once through policy change. So I will be looking to place on our agenda, a workshop agenda, to work with our human resource department to identify any and all places that this has occurred, and they could work with the department heads to determine where it has occurred within their departments as well. And the board should be fully aware of all of the instances that this happened. With that said, I think it's well deserved, and I'm going to support it.
Aaron.
Yeah, so I'm going to do a little retrospective for a second. In 2000, when the board had waivers of sovereign immunity contracts, one thing that I noticed was no women got those initially until I advocated for that and explained to the powers that be that that was glaringly absent. Also in 2002, I brought forward and I rewrote the job description for our board administrator because the term was board secretary at the time, which was not reflective of what the board administrator does. The board administrator keeps our minutes, keeps track of our resolutions, keeps track of organizing to bring legislation to the table, and then makes access to our records, our historical records and our archives, our official board legislation. So I rewrote that job description. We did get an increase and got no thank you from that person. But it's a professional position, more like a clerk, like a county clerk. And I do think that we have a really good team right now that doesn't play politics with us, and I really appreciate that. So I'm going to be a yes vote as well. Thank you.
Lana, then Tyler.
Yeah, and I'm glad this was brought forward as well, but as I said in the workshop, we need to relook at all of them because legal did cite that we've had other problems elsewhere, and we paid a lot of money for this compensation study to happen. And as I said in the workshop, we need to recoup some of that money for these costs that we're trying to get right now. So I'm hoping that that didn't fall on deaf ears and we're going down that route, because when we hire these consultants and these contractors to do a service for us, and then we have to turn around and it costs us more money to fix the problem, that's not acceptable. So I have no problem whatsoever supporting this one and every other one that can be demonstrated, because when we hire these people and we pay them lots of money, we should expect and then follow up some expectations. So that's where I'm at with it. But as well, I think they do a fantastic job, as the others do that we have to fix and correct, and the ones that are coming forward. So that's where I'm at. And again, I hope that we got our contractors and consultants that do services for us. Thank you.
Okay, Tyler, then Bridget.
Yeah, it's clear we need fixes in a lot of areas. I had a complaint recently at the Kuwaitan that a new position hiring in gets paid more than they do because they're starting at a different rate, and it would take so many years to adjust them or whatever. So, I mean, clearly we have a lot of work left to do. I mean, we made quite a bit of progress though, which is great. I have a couple things for you though, Ryan. One, do you recommend this?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And you're the HR attorney technically still, or?
I'm still
general counsel?
Yeah, Josh is our new HR attorney, but I still oversee a lot of that stuff.
The other thing I do want to bring up, that the cost of this, could you explain this really quick? It won't be anything additional because there is a miscalculation in their fringe?
Yeah, so the total tribal support increase over this year and next year is about 19,000, but we found in the budget that the FICA was being calculated incorrectly, so that was being over budgeted by 60,000. So it's not a literal savings, as was pointed out to me in the workshop, but it is not hitting the budget in the same way we thought it would previously.
Right, which is a savings. It is a literal savings. So with that being said, I 100% agree with this. You know, I think Lana and Ashley run the tribe for the most part. Like, we would not operate without them. And now, you know, Joe and Damien as well with our video support. So they set up all of our meetings. They run all of our travel. They run our culture funds through them, through their office and accounting. They do a lot of work, and Ashley is definitely more than executive assistant. She sat in for quite a few times for Lana now, and I have nothing but faith in them, and hopefully, you know, we can keep them around for a very long time because, again, the tribe doesn't operate without these two.
Okay, Bridget, then Tyler, or Bridget, then Isaac. My apologies.
I just want to say, Ryan, as far as the resolution, I don't like that we compared the tribal court and the early Head Start or bus driver positions just because those were open positions and they were hard to fill. Just referring to those, since these positions are filled and not shedding anything on the board administrator, either Lana or Ashley. They do a great job and they have a lot to deal with. So taking nothing away from them, but I'm not sure why we included those in there because those were technically hard to fill. I know that they did have job description issues, but I'm just want to say that I'm just, again, really disappointed in Bluestone and any of this comp study because it doesn't seem like we got a whole lot right with them.
I'll just say, Bridget, the reason I cited those were two recent resolutions that we just did, like in the past 30 days. That's why I cited them, because they're similar to what is being presented today. We could have also cited the retention bonuses to education, the change to the health compensation study. There's probably others that I'm forgetting. There's a myriad of changes that the board has done in the past 6 months since implementation of that. I called out the two most recent resos, though. That's why they're in there.
Okay, Isaac, then I want to say something.
I know we use that term savings, but when you're $14 million deficit on your unbalanced budget, I don't know how you can say there's a savings anywhere.
All right, so it's my turn. So what I'm about to say isn't reflective of how I feel about the staff that's in question because no one in leadership works more closely with them than I do, and I have nothing but positive things to say. But right now, the tribe has a deficit. As Isaac mentioned, it has a $14 million deficit, and what's paying for that deficit is the fund balance. The fund balance cannot sustain it indefinitely, and when it runs out, the tribe is out of money. So we need to start making difficult decisions. So it's very convenient to talk about Bluestone, and it's very convenient to talk about how they got it wrong. But in full transparency, we workshopped that comp study more than any other thing since I've been on the board since 2020. We flew them in from out of state. We had them on Zoom lots of times, and it was never meant to be a raise. It was meant to be an adjustment. What it did is increase labor costs for our tribe between $4 to $5 million, and that's $4 to $5 million that's directly in our staff's pockets. Not everyone got raises, but everyone got at least a 3% adjustment based on that. So my question is, when are we going to start trimming? So earlier this year, we already created 3 positions, cultural enhancement positions, that's going to be funded out of tribal support. In addition to that, there's been a lot of other cases where we've done nothing to trim the budget, but we've just contributed to the deficit. So my fear is if this passes, what's to stop different departments from coming forward and doing the exact same thing when you already know that you don't have a balanced budget? And the only way to balance budgets is to, 1, cut positions, cut services, or to generate more revenue. You can't come up with $14 million by doing just one of them. So my question is, when are we going to start doing the work that needs to get done to balance this? And I'm totally supportive of giving people raises, but let's balance the budget first. Let's figure out what positions that we can afford long term. And that isn't me trying to be a bad guy. This is going to be my position with all of them until this budget is balanced. And it's not just going to be staff that shoulder this. I'm going to be bringing a resolution forward that suspends non-essential travel, that trims the board's budget, my budget as chairman too, because this shouldn't just be on our employees. We should feel this burden too, because we're the ones that passed this budget that put us in this situation. And now we have to dig ourselves out. And if that involves being the bad guy every now and then, it's just what you have to do. You can't spend money on things that you can't afford. So that's my position on it, and I think all of our staff is absolutely wonderful. I think we have some of the best staff in Indian country, but I feel like I have to be the voice of reason sometimes, and this is one of those times. You have a deficit. don't contribute to the deficit, start working on reducing deficit spending. And that's going to be my position. Moving forward until we balance things, that was my position on creating the website administrator. We could use that, but it's something we can't afford right now. Yeah, that's my position. Isaac?
Yeah, this is really a tough decision for me because I really enjoy the people that I work with. But, you know, knowing where we sit, I'm probably only person here that's going to be a no vote. It's tough, and I'm up for re-election, so it's even tougher when you think about that. But I was put on this board to be fiscally responsible, and that's how I'm going to vote.
Okay, Aaron?
We're not supposed to circle back, but you just called on somebody, so I raised my hand. I just want to say that in the ideal situation would have been that this information would have come forward before. But, you know, we don't have anybody to blame because these two positions report directly to us. So the fact that we didn't request the refactoring information timely and get that information, that's completely on us. So I don't disagree with your assessment, and I don't think you're being the bad guy. When I had to serve in that role, I made the tough choices, and we balanced the budget every single year that I was chair. The conditions are completely different right now, so it's going to be even more challenging. So I do appreciate you doing that, but I don't think for the two positions that are in front of us, we start with them. Thanks.
And the last thing I want to say is, when we hired Bluestone, we assigned them a scope of work. Redefining our job descriptions was not in that scope of work. That's not what they were hired to do. So if we wanted them to do that, we should have included it in the scope. And that's just me being real with everyone here. So any more discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
For roll call.
Yeah, roll call, please.
Tyler?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel? Lana?
Yes.
Isaac?
No.
Larry?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Let's move on to the next resolution. That is titled Adoption of Organizational Charts.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors hereby adopts the attached key employee organizational chart, including appropriate key employee title changes. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby adopts the attached Sioux Tribe Authorities and Commissions organizational chart. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby adopts the attached Sioux Tribe Committees organizational chart. Be it further resolved that any previous action or resolution adopting any previous tribal organizational chart is hereby rescinded and replaced with this resolution. Be it further resolved that each tribal entity is required to update their organization charts within 60 days of the enactment of this resolution and bring back to the Board of Directors for review and approval prior to implementation.
Okay, motion from Isaac.
Support.
And support from Tyler. Ryan?
This resolution seeks approval of these three organizational charts that will serve as a reference document for the tribe's governance. They are designed to reflect reality. We haven't updated our org charts in a long time. This just reflects how we're currently operating as a tribe, including all the key employees that report directly to the board are in one bucket. All the key employees that report to the gaming authority go up to the gaming authority, same with the enterprise authority, and it creates that structure from the top down. If these get approved with the commissions included and the committees, then we'll start working on the overall org charts for all the various entities. We wanted to start at the top and get that clear first.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is 10th Amendment to list of key employees.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors hereby rescinds Resolution 2024-161 and adopts the following key employees of the tribal government: General Counsel, Chief Executive Officer, Chief Financial Officer, Chief Judge, Chief Executive Officer, Health Services, Chief Information Officer, Board Administrator, Executive Director of the Gaming Commission. Be it further resolved that this resolution rescinds and supersedes all prior key employee resolutions and shall be the only key employee list of the tribal government. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby acknowledges that the Kuwaitan Chief Executive Officer and the Kuwaitan Chief Financial Officer are key employees of the Kuwaitan Gaming Authority, and that a Kuwaitan Gaming Authority resolution affirming those positions as key employees will be adopted by the Kuwaitan Gaming Authority within 60 days of enactment of this resolution. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby acknowledges that the Enterprise Chief Executive Officer is a key employee of the Enterprise Authority, and that an Enterprise Authority resolution affirming that position as a key employee will be adopted by the Enterprise Authority within 60 days of enactment of this resolution. Be it finally resolved that this resolution shall be effective immediately.
A motion from Isaac and support by Tyler. Ryan?
Don't look at me, Tyler. You can ask to waive the reading. I wanted our record to be clear to what's happening here. Sorry again. So this will update our key employee list. What we're doing is, as we're building out more separation in our various entities, we want to make sure we do that in all aspects of the tribe, including separate resolutions determining which key employees go right to the government, which ones report to Kuwaitan Gaming Authority, and which ones report to the Enterprise Authority. And so this is that first step. This will adopt the government key employee. They go right to the board, and then the other authorities will have 60 days to then enact substantially similar resolutions for their different key employees.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Board discussion, start with Aaron.
My question is, why is there a 60-day wait necessary? Because ultimately, we know how those votes are going to go. Couldn't we just do, I'm not going to make amendment yet, but couldn't we just do at the next available Gaming Authority meeting, the next available Enterprise Authority meeting?
Yeah, the 60 days is put in because that's approximately when our enterprise will be ready to call their first authority meeting for their board of directors. The language you suggested, Director Payment, would work. It still fall within that 60-day time frame. So either way, it will happen within that 60 days.
So I'm not going to make a motion to amend, but I would just say we don't need to hold back on the Gaming Authority one in order to wait for the Enterprise Authority. So I would just say as soon as we can bring it, let's do it. That's all.
And Kuwaitan will probably come next week. We're getting ready to call a Gaming Authority meeting very shortly here. So.
Okay, Rob.
I would like the motion to amend to add the housing director to the key employee list.
Okay, so there's a motion to amend to add the housing director to the list of key employees that would make that position report to the board of directors instead of the housing committee, Ryan?
Yeah, that's going to necessitate some code changes that we'll have to adopt at your next meeting, because right now under our housing authority code, the supervision of the housing director is with the housing commission, not with the board of directors.
Okay. So I have a motion.
Point of information.
Hold on a second. So I have a motion to amend this made by Rob, and it's supported by Isaac. So we'll start a speaking list. Start with Lana.
Yeah, I just had a point of information. It was stated that they report to the Housing Commission. Day-to-day, could Jess talk about this? Because my understanding was that the housing director reported to the executive director, in this case now, the CEO of governmental. So could she speak on this? That was always my understanding. I was never under the understanding they reported to the Housing Commission on a day-to-day.
Got it, Ryan, if you can answer this.
Yeah, so we talked about this. I don't think you were at this workshop. It was a couple workshops ago, Lana. So there's a disconnect in how we're operating and what our understanding might be and what our laws and bylaws state. So the code does not invest the board of directors or the CEO in any kind of supervisory authority over the housing director. It was purposely separated out, and the board delegated that authority to the housing authority and the housing commission as that kind of governing body. Now, the bylaws that were adopted by the housing authority state that they will hire their housing director with the assistance basically of the CEO and with concurrence of the board. That's a bylaw, and statute would trump a bylaw. Our statutes do not delegate any authority to our CEO with regard to housing. I know that's how we've been operating. It's part of what we have to discuss when we're talking about how the Housing Authority Code needs to be revised and amended.
So
Yeah, it was my point. They've always reported, they never reported to the commission. They reported to the executive director.
that's absolutely 100% incorrect. They report to their commission. There's a code that states just that. You know, that's the problem. No one knows who this position reports to.
Didn't Ryan just say that?
Ryan
they reported?
stated exactly different. They have a committee. They have a committee that reports to. It's been removed from the board of directors.
So, yeah, under law, the commission is the supervisor. Under practice, over the past 7, maybe more years, that's not how we have as a tribe have been acting, but that we've been acting without actually delegated authority. If a CEO or executive director was directing housing, they were doing so without express authority. It has to be cleaned up.
Right. Okay, that's exactly what I said. Thank you.
So again, it reports to the Housing Commission, not the government CEO.
Correct.
It never has. So
Correct.
who else wants to speak? Aaron.
Me, I was next. So what I would say is, so I've been back and forth on this because I've been around long enough that I remember when we pushed to get NAHASDA enacted that would then modernize TDHEs, tribally designated housing entities. And the purpose of that was to insulate the politics of the tribe from the operations of housing authorities. Over the years, I've been very guarded with our housing, existing housing law, housing commission as the TDHE, and housing authority to be able to operate independent of the tribe's politics, because it gets really volatile sometimes. But as of late, my mind is changing because I'll tell you the reason is because last summer we had a minor child whose mother had just passed away. The child was on the lease. The mother was on the lease. The father had already been deceased. She died of cancer. The mother died of cancer. The child was trying to finish high school, and the child was notified that they had to move out of the unit before she turned 18. And I understand why, because when she turned 18, she would have had legal authority to stay in the unit. There was no authority for them to evict her, but they put a lot of pressure. And so what I'm just saying, without getting too detailed here, is that it seems like we've had a value shift in the way that we do housing, in the way that housing operated before when George Nolan was our executive. And, you know, we had a situation today where Lan and I agreed on a homeless situation. And my question is, are we doing a wraparound? Are we doing anything to try to find for this family member that has 7 kids, but they have to take turns staying at the homeless unit because they have 2 kids too many, and that's not allowed. And so I think that I'm leaning towards not eliminating the TDHE, but I am leaning towards getting some things worked out, some better communication, you know, and I think one of the items that is a necessity is to have the housing director be an employee of a key employee hired by the tribal board of directors. That is correct in that the operations have been sometimes as if the housing director reports directly to the CEO. But I will tell you, when this issue came up with the homeless child, I anguished over it, and I know our former CEO anguished over it, and had asked the housing division to have a different approach. And the question back to our CEO at the time was, are you directing me to do this? And the CEO said, you know I can't direct you to do this, but can't we have a more human approach? So I think it's necessary to have the housing be a key team member, and I will have an open mind about restructuring the TDHE so that it remains a level of independence, but also it can't be so independent and so far afield that our tribal values are gone. So thank you.
Lana.
Yeah, and thank you, Aaron, for recognizing that, because in all my time here, the executive, like I said, the executive director overseeing the housing director, and that's where the immediate direction came from, and the commission helped with the planning process. And in the end, the board of directors votes on the housing plan, and the board of directors votes on the budget. So I appreciate you recognizing that. The other thing I was going to state is I recognize there's things that we can work through too. But that commission is a group of tribal members that don't get paid. They're there with housing needs and the desires in the community and what they need to have. So I think that we have time to figure something out, and that's one thing we have to do. I sent that email today to all of you guys because I recognize too that there is some things that need to change, but I think those things can change with a good communication between the Housing Commission and the Board of Directors. And if we communicate and sit at the same table, we can all get on the same page. So that's what I think.
So I'd like to once again clarify that the Housing Authority has never been supervised by our government CEO. When I took office in 2020, I asked our then CEO, Christine McPherson, who the Housing Authority reported to. She said the commission. It can't be any clearer, and there's actually a chapter of code, chapter 90, that lists just that. Regardless, we can move on. Is there any more discussion on this?
Ryan also stated that we haven't practiced that.
Ryan has stated that we haven't practiced what's supposed to take place, such as that commission supervising the Housing Authority, right? So chapter 90, I mean, I can't be any more clear. I really can't. So Ryan, do you have something to add?
Roll call vote. I was just going to respectfully ask that we discuss this when we are bringing housing into our very soon workshop, hopefully, so we don't muddy the waters of where the authority and where the separation is inadvertently. We separated for a reason, and we're trying to separate different entities for a reason. I respectfully, understanding the motions on the table, and I have no vote, I would respectfully ask that we workshop this further before you vote on it. Before you vote yes on it.
Hold on 1 second. So we have two motions right now. So we have a motion to accept this, then we have a motion to amend, and I believe we can have room for tabling, right?
Well, you only have the motion to amend to add housing director as a key employee. Aaron requested a roll call vote. He didn't make a motion, and then somebody just made a motion to table.
Lana
So
made
that's
the motion to table. That supersedes everything.
Right, right, it does, but what I'm asking is whether or not, I just had a question about that. So where's the second?
We don't have a second to Lana's motion, because we just.
I'll second it.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second from Larry, so that suspends debate, so a roll call on the motion to table. So what are we doing? Are we tabling the amendment or the whole resolution here?
Because the motion to amend had the precedence, the motion to table is presumed to be a motion to table the amendment, but I don't know what Lana meant by it.
That's not correct. That's not correct. If their motion is to table the resolution, that does take precedence, and it's not debatable.
Their motion was to table, when the motion was to table,
She
they
didn't
didn't
say
specify.
what it was.
That's
She
the-
said motion to table. So you had no idea whether or not it was to table the motion to amend or the regular one. So Lana, can you provide us with some direction? What was your motion intended
Yes,
to do?
I can. What I want to table is the discussion to put the housing director under the key employee. We have time to discuss, and Ryan just asked for that.
Yep, that's, hold on. That's why I wanted to pause for a second, just to get clarification. So now that we have that clarification from legal, we're gonna do a roll call, and it's just to table the motion to amend to have the housing director report to the board of directors and not the housing commissioners.
How can you table something that's not in effect?
So did we have a second?
We did, Larry.
Right, so it's just a motion to amend. Go ahead.
Motion to table the amendment. Okay. Larry,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Tyler,
No.
Kimberly Hampton,
No.
Rob,
No.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Isaac, Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Aaron.
No.
7 yeses, 5 noes.
So motion to table the amendment passes, so we need to get that on an agenda. So we'll get that on an agenda. So now we're back on the main motion, which is the unamended resolution. So any more discussion on this, guys?
I have a comment. I don't think that's correct. I think we just had that explained, Mr. Chair. Lana had explained her motion was to table the entire resolution, and I made the amendment, but I believe in what's in order is that, I believe we just tabled the entire resolution.
So
That's
Lana
not what she
provided
asked.
But you have
clarification.
the authority.
Lana,
No, Aaron,
hold,
respectfully, you're
Lana,
wrong.
Lana,
I
Lana.
did say just the amendment.
Lana, let me,
Okay.
Lana,
Stand
let,
corrected.
both of yous. Am I babysitting my kids here? Let me handle this. So she provided clarification that it was just to amend the motion to amend, or just to table that. So we're back on it. So any more discussion, guys? Okay, roll
have
call
a
on the main motion.
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Rob,
No.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Isaac, Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Aaron,
No.
Okay, carried.
Okay, motion carries. The next resolution is amend Chapter 20 Treaty Fishing Regulations.
Gonna waive that one.
Waive the reading, please.
Okay, so is there any, hold on, guys. Is there any objection to waiving the reading?
No.
So hearing no objection, we will waive the reading. Is there a motion? Motion by Isaac
Support.
and support by Tyler. Okay, Ryan, go ahead and explain this, please.
Yeah, this resolution, there are 7 commercial fishing licenses that the tribe has back in its legal control. They have reverted back to the tribe for various reasons. They can be reissued if the board wishes to open up the issuance of licenses. Right now, our code closes the issuance of commercial fishing licenses unless by action of the board. The Conservation Committee, per board direction, came up with a code amendment that would allow a fair and equitable approach to issuance of these licenses. What this resolution does, it creates a lottery system that applicants have to apply for to have a chance at one of the available licenses. It restructures our license fee from a 2-boat license structure, a small versus large boat, into a 1 license for everyone approach where they get to fish based on what gear and boat they have. It also increases license fees across the board and incremental things over the next 15 to 20 years, starting with the first 5 or so years being $250 per license. And there is a clerical error in here where part of the code got inadvertently deleted. The helper license fee of $25 is remaining the same and needs to be motion to amend it back into this resolution.
Go ahead.
Yeah, under the first, now therefore be it resolved, I motion to amend the first be it further resolved to add back in 20.102, section 4C, a fee of $25 for a helper on a boat owned by a licensed commercial fisherman.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend this made by Tyler and supported by Isaac. So this is something that was a clerical error and something that was flagged earlier today. Any discussion on the motion to amend? Okay, hearing none, we're just going to vote on the amendment. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Successfully amended it, so now we're back on the resolution. Any further discussion? Aaron?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to separate the approval of the 1 size, boat size, versus the lottery for the unused licenses.
Okay, so Aaron wants to separate this. So what this basically does is lottery off the unused commercial fishing licenses that we have, and it would also eliminate the distinction of a small boat versus a large boat. Fishermen would be able to purchase whatever equipment that they would want to purchase. Usually there's more safety in larger boats from the choppiness. So is there a second on that?
Second.
All right, so there's a motion in support to amend this. Any discussion?
Yeah, so my reason for it is because I think it's a little, I mean, I don't want to impugn anybody's motives here, but it's a little disingenuine to have that attractive piece to eliminate the size of the boat issue along with the lottery issue. I think those are completely separate issues. I do support liberalizing and having, the change to the boat size. I'm really worried about this desire to have to use every single license that we have. And I've explained this over the years, having, served on the board for 23 years. Many of those years, I've attended all conservation and core meetings and was our official representative. I'm worried about sustainability with opening up licenses that are unused, mainly because we've seen a complete flip-flop in our whitefish herd, and I know it's not in danger everywhere, but it's not out of danger anywhere. And so 25 years ago, what we thought would be a threat is not a threat anymore, and what we didn't realize would be a threat is a threat. And whitefish sustainability is one of those. So unless we get into species selection or whatever, I think it's in our interest to not reissue out unused licenses. The process in the past that everybody had to follow was that if you wanted one of those licenses, so if you're a family that never was involved in this before, but you desire to exercise your right as a commercial fisherman and you want to get into it, in the past, everybody's had to follow the same process, which is you approach somebody who has a license. You can't buy a license, but you can buy the equipment and then request a license transfer. But my main concern is I don't think it's in our interest to put a bunch more people out on the waters, because what's going to happen, the consequence is going to be, and mark my words, it's going to be that we're going to have to make choices eventually to have to decide who gets a total allowable catch. We're going to have to decide bag limits. And the people who have made their living on this for their whole lives will have to make choices, or they may not get a choice. They may have a total allowable catch because we put people on the water to fish when it wasn't necessary. So anyway, that's my opinion about it. And I know it's contrary to what the commission wants, so that's it.
Clarence?
Well, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just if Aaron's motion passes, just be aware that you're gonna have to amend or change that fee schedule in there too, because that only references one boat license size. So that fee schedule will have to be worked on too if Aaron's amendment passes. Over.
Okay. So anyone else? So this is how I propose to do it. Correct me if there's a better way to do it. So we have a motion to amend on the floor right now. So we'll do a roll call vote and we'll figure out whether or not there's support to separate the two of them. If Aaron's motion to amend passes, what I recommend we do is we roll call on both of them separate. Does anyone object to that? And then we would know what the final resolution looks like, and then we can vote on the entire resolution after we're done doing the two polls on that. Would that work, Ryan? So pass the resolution. So if the motion to amend passes, do two roll calls on the separation. The first one would be the lottery, second one would be the boat size, and then we vote on the total resolution and how it's changed afterwards.
You have the authority, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I mean that would work. If Aaron's resolution or amendment passes, I would assign two resolution numbers and do one resolution for the lottery and one resolution for the license structure and the boat size. But your way works too. It's fine.
All right, guys. You guys okay with that? Okay, so we're going to do roll call on the amendment. So we're going to figure out whether or not there's support to separate this. This is the first step. So we'll do roll call on that, please.
Okay. Sean?
No.
Lana?
No.
Isaac? Yes. Kimberly Hampton?
No.
Aaron?
Yes.
Michael?
No.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Gervell? Larry?
No.
Bridget?
No.
Tyler?
No.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
I failed.
Okay, motion to amend fails. So now we're back on the main resolution. Any further discussion? Isaac?
So Ryan, just to recap, so there's 7 licenses out there and we want to issue 2 via a lottery.
So the plan right now, if this passes, is we would work with law enforcement to get a notice out of a lottery. We would be issuing 2 licenses. They would be restricted to zones that are in Lake Superior, based on biological data from NRD that can sustain the most increased effort. But it would not be opening all 7 at once. It would just be 2.
Okay, my other question is there anything in policy preventing the lottery winners from selling their license in a year or 2?
Yeah, in this code provision, they are prohibited from transferring their license except to an heir if they pass away for 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Tyler?
Just really quick, I want to explain the next resolution we have. If this one passes, I'm removing the next resolution due to the fair process that this one offers with the lottery. We do have a young man in this community that wants to care for his family. He wants to get on the water and fish with a captain's license, so I would pray that he would win the lottery. But I totally support the data-driven approach where we will open up licenses as the resource allows for it. You know, at least they're going to be open if this passes. If not, I'll keep my resolution on and hope that he gets a captain license. So just wanted to explain that because the next resolution could be pulled.
Okay, Lana, then Aaron.
Yeah, and Clarence, can you let us know how the committee voted on this? Because we gave you guys the responsibility to come up with a plan to move us forward with those licenses in limbo. So could you speak to that?
Sure. So after a very, very long period of time, many meetings to come up with this language, when it came to a vote, it was a unanimous vote of the committee. With one abstention, Larry abstained. Is that sufficient, or?
Okay, Aaron.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry. So I'm learning how to agree to disagree and then to not take things personal. I'm really worried about, and I just want to mark this for the record, worried about getting into a situation where we end up in a horse race fisheries. And I know we said all the right words about sustainability, but once you got people on the waters and you got more people exercising the right, inevitably people are going to be competing for the same amount of fish. And we don't have an abundance of fish anymore with the invasive species. We have all these challenges. And so it might feel good to think that you're providing people the right to get out there and fish. But so I'm going to abstain. I'm not going to vote no. But the one thing that I do want to share is I hope that whoever gets these new licenses, because they're obviously maybe not people, I guess I shouldn't say that. Maybe they're not people, because maybe I'll apply for one, because my family had a captain's card. So I probably will apply for one, and then sit on it. But the issue with, I lost my train of thought, is safety. When we were at Executive Council and at Cora in August, it was shared with us by another tribal chair that a fisher, who's a relatively new fisher, who got one of those license transfers, capsized his boat twice, and they didn't have their safety equipment. It was all buried up underneath the boat. And so, you know, we have to talk about seriousness about people who think they want to be a fisher, get in the business of it. And the other side of this coin is that the cost of starting a fishing operation is going to be prohibitive to people who just have this fantasy that they want to be a fisher, because it's very, very expensive. It's about $250,000 in debt that you have to immediately incur, and then you have to work your butt off. It's hard work. So I have a feeling maybe that's just going to resolve itself. But certainly what I'm trying to say is I'm going to go along to get along, and I'm going to abstain, but I think we need to make sure that whoever gets these licenses understands the safety, because when I was out of office, the board issued a license to somebody, and that person's capsized their boat twice now and put others' lives in danger.
Okay, anyone else? Lana, do you have something else you want to say? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Bridget,
Yes.
Aaron,
Abstain.
Larry,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Isaac, Rob.
No.
Carried.
Okay, motion carries. So without objection, let's skip the next resolution because the last one passed. Are there any objections to doing that? Okay, so hearing no objection, we'll discard that resolution and move on. So the next one that we'll cover is amend 2025-213, hire governmental CEO.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the governmental interim HR Director to negotiate an offer to hire the governmental Chief Executive Officer with the newly negotiated conditions within the parameters discussed at the workshop as attached. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the tribal administration to make any necessary administrative budget modifications necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution and to hire the selected candidate.
Okay, motion by Isaac and support by Tyler. Any discussion? Well, I can talk about it first. So we have a vacancy for a governmental CEO. We've had an interim serve in that role for quite some time. She's done a good job. We've done interviews. That individual was offered the position. However, during the course of negotiation, she was requesting a salary that was slightly above what we authorized. So anytime that we are able to provide a salary that goes beyond an authorization, we have to come back to the board level. So this is a position that's paid out of tribal support, and I gave a speech earlier tonight about the fund balance and about tribal support and the importance of preserving those dollars. I'm supportive of this because we're not filling the assistant position underneath there. So that saves over $100,000. So it's open to board discussion if anyone has anything to say. Going once. Tyler.
I'll just pull Isaac. How can you talk about savings? It's not savings. No. I really do appreciate this person and all of the people we hired, and it's great to hire internally and promote from within. So, it's exciting to see where the tribe's going in the future, and if this passes, I'm sure that Chairman will announce it.
Okay, Aaron.
So I'm going to say that I've worked with this person probably longer than anybody at that table, and have really respected this person's ability to separate politics from our tribal administration and appreciate the dedication to serving our people. We've worked very closely together on a membership liaison team or membership team, and I know how much she cares about our people. She has the right orientation for membership services. She's got the skills, and I am really happy that that's where we're at. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Kimberly Gravel, Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Isaac.
Motion carries. I'd like to announce that our new government CEO is Jessica Dumback. So, round of applause. She's not here, but. All right, so that's good news. All right, so the next resolution is amend JKL Fiduciary Committee bylaws.
That's me, sorry. Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the attached amended JKL Fiduciary Committee bylaws.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Aaron, support by Isaac. So, Isaac, you're the president of the JKL School Board. Do you want to speak a couple things about this?
Yeah, I put this on the agenda. The JKL Fiduciary Committee operated without bylaws for about probably 10 plus years, right? So we did the bylaws, but in the bylaws, the meetings were always closed and not open to the public. So we're making a change so they're open to the public.
Okay, appreciate that. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to the last resolution that we have for this evening. It is direct committees/commissions to adhere to Chapter 96.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby directs that the tribal CEO, the tribal legal department, and various tribal committees and commissions revise any bylaw, policy, procedure, or tribal code necessary to mandate adherence to Tribal Code Chapter 96. Be it further resolved that recommendations and revisions necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution shall be presented to the Board of Directors within 45 days of enactment of this resolution. Be it further resolved that any tribal committee or commission that either by rule or law or by the confidential nature of that committee or commission's business cannot conduct their meetings pursuant to Tribal Code Chapter 96 shall supply to the Board of Directors an analysis and justification as to why they are unable to comply with the intent of this resolution within 45 days of enactment of this resolution.
Okay, motion by Isaac and support by, going once.
Support.
All right, cool. Didn't die to lack of support. So we have a motion and support on the floor. Isaac, you want to talk about this? You're one of the sponsors. Okay. Any discussion from our board? Aaron?
Yeah, so I don't know why we would not vote for this. I know we have an issue. We talked about it earlier and we didn't cure it, and that is that housing commission meetings are not open to the housing residents, which is a problem. That's that value shift that I talked about earlier. And so there is no reason. I mean, we just did it for JKL fiduciary, and everybody, not everybody, some people were claiming that it was necessary. And I appreciate the caveat that allows for consideration for like child welfare. They obviously can't attend child welfare, and some enrollment meetings probably every meeting could have an open session and then go to closed session if there's something that is confidential. And when we say confidential, not just making up confidential, it's got to comply with our Open Meetings Act. So I think this is for transparency. It's to, we are a government of people. We're not above the people, and the committees that we create should not also be above the people. And if somebody wants to attend those meetings because they have an interest, they should have the ability to attend those meetings, to express themselves, and not be denied. So I appreciate Isaac bringing it forward.
All right, anybody else? Tyler?
Yeah, so I've already had concerns brought to me by some of my elders about having open meetings for, community specific, either Munising, Escanaba, Marquette, things of that nature, and how we're going to verify whether somebody's enrolled in the specific unit and who's monitoring that, as well as I think there should be further clarification about what open meetings mean, because those meetings are open, but they're not Zooming them. So is Zoom going to become a requirement? Because as you all know, resolutions, as same as the Constitution, are up for interpretation. So is somebody going to come back and say that everybody is mandated to use Zoom and technology? So I do have those concerns. And then Ryan, if you could expand on some of the meetings that have to be closed and why, because I don't think they should have to. I think we should have to supply the justification for them, not them come to us, because especially for the child welfare, like there's some very serious information that I would be concerned about somebody accidentally having an open session, so I don't know. I'm for opening meetings, for having the openings, but I have had some concerns come up to me. I'm just wondering if we should workshop this further and clarify and define these things, so that people aren't justifying for us. Right.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you want me to answer that?
Yes, if you could, before we move on, and then I'll call
Yeah,
on the rest of the list.
we named some of them. So there's some committees that deal with highly confidential information, right? The child welfare is the most obvious. The enrollment committee is another one that's pretty obvious. If there's some portions of those meetings that could feasibly be opened, it's gonna logistically look weird. You're gonna open up a meeting, and whoever's gonna be there in attendance, and you're gonna let them know what your agenda is, and then you're probably gonna immediately close, do all your business, and then say, okay, meeting open, we're adjourning. And it's not gonna provide a benefit to the people who are there, especially the Child Welfare Committee. There's not much they could talk in open session. Maybe the Enrollment Committee, when there's code changes they're looking at, that could maybe be open, but most, and I say this as the enrollment attorney, most of what we talk about has to be closed. We don't talk about much of anything, and Kim Gravel's on the committee, she can confirm this, but there's not much we talk about that could feasibly be open. So those two committees in particular, if this passes, they're going to be coming to you within that 45 days to let you know, we can't comply with this, and here's the reasons why, under law and just basic procedure. Those are the two that are probably the hardest. The Conservation Committee is kind of already open, but there's a lot of litigation talk that happens on there, so it runs similar to a board meeting where when I have to do a legal update, especially for USV Michigan stuff, we close down, and sometimes we're closed down for a long time, so you're going to have people sitting out there waiting to reopen. You might reopen and then immediately close the meeting. There might not be a lot of benefit for certain committees for the membership to be able to attend, just because they're not going to be able to even hear much of the discussion or the information from those committees.
Okay, so I have a pretty big list at this point. So I have Bridget, Rob, Aaron, Lana. Go ahead, Bridget. Go ahead, Bridget.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I just want to clarify as far as the comment about housing commission meetings being closed. We've had public comment on the agenda for as long as I've been on the commission. There's been people in the room, but I think since we went to Zoom after COVID, there's really not been anybody in the room. I know that the board gets invited to the meetings, and I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. But as long, just like Tyler was talking about, I do have concerns. I know some of the elders are not comfortable with having their elder meetings Zoom being streamed or anything like that. And I think that they have a right to do that. I think they're already open. People can come there as long as they're elders and be a part of it. But I don't think that they have to be forced to do that.
Okay, so Lana informed me that the elder subcommittee?
I don't know exactly which ones. Katie Peabody reached out and asked if some of the elder committees could come and address the board on the issue of what Tyler's talking about.
It's most likely the elder advisory subcommittee, so they'll be before us and they can speak directly to us. Rob?
Miss Lana.
No, she's on there.
A couple things. I thought we were still on the JKL resolution.
No, that passed.
That passed, Rob. We moved on.
Oh, okay. So this is just pertaining to Chapter 96 and all of the committees, right?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. I agree that we need to go down a road with more open transparency for the committees. I will like to motion to remove the Child Welfare Committee from this. There is absolutely zero content in a Child Welfare Committee that can be public.
So point of information. Before you guys do that, it's given the different committees the opportunity to come before us. I mean, there's more than just the Child Welfare Committee. You know, there's other ones as well. I mean, if you guys want to go down this road with the amendment, that's fine, but you might not be capturing all of them, and why cherry pick just one over the other?
Yeah, as written, and I'll be meeting with the committees that I assist with if this passes as soon as I can, because within 45 days, you're going to have all the committees who think they should or should not be opened, and the various legal and otherwise reasons. I told Tyler on our break, I will fight you guys if you try to open the enrollment
not gonna
committee.
be open.
Like I will strongly advise until I'm blue and red in the face that you don't open the enrollment committee. It doesn't function that way. So there's going to be others that I can't think of that will come forward to and have their justification why they can't comply fully.
Health board meetings would be another big one since they go through PRC appeals, and HIPAA obviously exists for a good reason. So I would just let the process play out. But if you guys want to go through each one of them right now, we can. I'm just trying to save time for everyone that's here. So, do we have a motion second there, guys, to amend?
I'll hold. I want to be heard. I don't want it to be tabled until I'm heard.
Okay, well, no one's motioned to table it.
Nobody's given a second for his.
Okay, all right, so the motion to amend dies due to lack of support. So we have Lana, then let's vote on this, guys.
No, I'm on the
sorry,
list, please.
Aaron, then Lana,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
No,
I don't know. Everybody's kinda talk-
Lana. Aaron, then Lana.
Oh, Aaron then mine, okay, sorry.
No, you're good.
All right, so Lana, you were first, but I want to speak because I'm afraid I'm not going to be heard.
Me too.
I think the way that the staff prepared this was responsible, but, and I won't say any names, but a board member is already throwing up stuff, and I feel like it's being filibustered because they're putting in there that the elders want this or they want this. I'm prepared to make a motion to exclude elders and enrollment and child welfare. Because the way that this was prepared for us, and it's almost like they didn't hear what Ryan said, they didn't hear what I just said, because what I said when I spoke first, or toward the beginning, was I appreciate that we're going to give a 45-day time period so that we can hear from the committees and have them come to us. Mr. Chairman, that's what you just said. However, a board member who brought it up didn't hear that, apparently didn't hear that. So I'm afraid that this is going to flame out by using, that the elders don't like this, and so we can't pass it as it is. I am comfortable giving the 45-day time period so those committees can come and they can express to us so we do this responsibly, but that's the way that the legal wrote it. That's what's in front of us, but that seemed to be missed by somebody's discussion just earlier. So we'll see how it goes. I might come back to raise a motion to amend.
All right, Lana, then I ask that we vote.
Yeah, and I would probably support that motion, Aaron, but anyways, so if we pass this, that means that I have 3 elder groups in my community: Newberry, Hessel, Cedarville, and Nobbinway. Does that mean that they're going to have capability to stream? How is that going to work?
Probably unlikely that all our committees have the capability. Nothing in this resolution nor nothing in code mandates that any committee has to stream anything online. I mean, arguably the board doesn't have to stream things online. That's our practice, and we do it so that members can see things. But the committees are not obligated under this resolution to stream anything to YouTube or anything to Facebook. They could do Zoom if they want. They could do a Zoom option if they want, and they have the capability. But nothing mandates in this resolution the Zoom option either. It's just to open up their meetings, presumably in person, or if they do them on Zoom already, then they would open up for Zoom. But nothing mandates streaming.
Do you guys?
Okay, and I don't have a problem with most of the meetings being open, because in my unit in particular, they never have closed meetings. They're always open to the public, so I don't think that's a problem. But it is a problem for child welfare. It is a problem if they put, because in my communities, my elder group in particular, they don't meet on tribal-wide stuff. They meet on things that are going to benefit and service their elders in their community. And I think that opening it up and having a stream and having to, YouTube and making it mandated, that it's just going to confuse them. And, we already have sometimes a hard time getting people to get involved. So there's that. And then, and this is a direct question, Ryan. What meetings do we have confidential right now? I mean, because I can think of most of them that either have a public comment period, it's noticed, or where's this coming from? Or is this just a nice resolution to say we're going to be transparent, which we already really are in that realm? So Ryan, can you,
So looking at our committee, the organizational chart you guys just adopted, and a lot of these, not all these committees function the same either. You have our tax committee, but they don't have meetings in the same way that enrollment committee has meetings. Higher education committee might have confidentiality. I'm not sure how they conduct their meetings. Health board committee certainly would have confidential information. I'm not sure how they structure their meetings.
Hey, Ryan,
Yeah.
can I just
this
add
would
to
open
that?
all of them up, Ryan?
I'm sorry, what's that, Lana?
Yeah, this would open all them up?
This would allow the opportunity for all of them to review their bylaws to see if they could comply with the Chapter 96 open meetings ordinance, and then they'd have to come to the board and say, we can't open our meetings for these reasons, HIPAA or tribal code or whatever the case, confidentiality. We're talking about, children, and we're talking about protected health information or enrollment data.
Hey, Ryan, point of information, if a meeting's not noticed to the public, then it's not an open meeting.
Do you guys mind if I jump in? Because it feels like we're getting a little bit off the rails here. So what this resolution does is it would open up the committees to be open to the public. It doesn't stipulate that they're going to be streamed. It doesn't stipulate that they're going to be Zoomed. So that's a decision that we make internally. Secondly, it will give the different committees a 45-day window to come forward and present a case of why they shouldn't be open to the public. It doesn't mean that because they came forward that their committees aren't going to be open to the public. It just lets us know their concerns, right? So at that point, we would need to revise things and be able to figure out which ones wouldn't be open to the public. We already know there's a handful of them. So child welfare is one of them, tax might be another one, health board might be another one, since they do PRC complaints, but this is just going to open up the committee meetings, and if there's some that need to be closed, the chairs of those committees, or maybe the entire committees as a whole, will come forward and state that, hey, we shouldn't be open for these reasons, and then the board of directors can take that under consideration. So I think we're overthinking this, guys. It's the last one of the day. Let's power through this. Rob.
Okay, so all I have to say here is that I think when it comes to some of these committees, they're going to come forward and they're going to have reasonable cause to not want their meetings public. When it comes to the elders, I can see why, over the years and still today, why they wouldn't want their meetings to be public or on YouTube, and I think they have the right to do that. With that said, I think that, to Tyler's question, are we going to have a mandate that says they have to Zoom? I think that all of our committees that are open should have that because 60% of our members live outside of the units. So where I agree that certain committees should have the right to not have their meetings to the general public, that includes non-natives, I also think they should have an obligation to make it available to members of the Sioux tribe who fit within that unit. So if a member outside of the unit that resides outside of the unit 5 wants to attend an elders meeting, I think that we have an obligation to make that available to them.
So point of clarification, there isn't a single elder advisory meeting that's closed or an elders subcommittee meeting that's closed. They're all open to the public. Okay? All right, so Aaron.
Yeah, so, I don't know how this went off the rails because the way legal counsel explained it, we already have a parliamentary meeting rules and mandates that we follow our parliamentary meeting rules. There's only a couple of exceptions. Mostly everything that we talked about are not those exceptions. But to the extent that any committee might have a concern, the way it was drafted was to give that 40-day time frame. The chairman has explained it 2 or 3 times. I've explained it. Rob just explained it. It's reasonable and responsible for us to do this. Nobody's trying to force any committees. Nobody's trying to force the elders to try to have Zoom meetings. I don't even know how that got in the conversation because that's not in the resolution. So I'm going to request that we call for the question.
You're the last one up there, so we're going to do that anyways. Roll call, please.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Rob.
Yeah.
Michael. And
Yeah.
okay. Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Isaac. Yes. Lana.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Sean.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, everybody. So that concludes all the items that we have under resolutions, and it moves us into new business. Under new business, we have one item. It is committee appointments. So the first one is Unit 5, which is really nice because that's where we are. So I'd like to entertain a motion to appoint Marie L. Kinville to the Unit 5 Marquette Elder Subcommittee.
Motion.
So we have a motion by Tyler and support by Isaac. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. And the last item, I'd like to entertain a motion to appoint Scott LaVictor to the Enrollment Committee. Motion by Isaac and support by Kim.
Support.
Any discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That concludes all the items that we have for tonight's agenda. So without objection, meeting adjourned. Hearing no objection, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody. See you guys next Tuesday.